Slade triggered his own transformation and became Tekkaman Blaster. At that moment, the gun emplacements picked up the surge of power of the two evolved Tekkaman, and decided that both were to be labeled as outside threats. They immediately began to fire on them. The mines were also activated and started to swarm toward them. Laser bolts and cannon shots went flying in all directions, and mines detonated with the force of small nuclear bombs. None of this affected either Tekkaman, but this caused a huge chain reaction within the asteroids as the crystals within them exploded and sent a gigantic backlash of energy to scatter throughout the system. Multitudes of sensors and other instruments started to go haywire. And at the center of it all, two brothers screamed out in agony. And they weren't the only ones. Dagger, Sapphire, Diamond, Ruby and Phantom all stopped in their tracks as the surge of energy ripped through their very beings. Their bodies were caught in a series of spasms. They had never felt such excruciating pain. The spider crabs also became disoriented and halted in their assault. The men were unable to capitalize on this sudden reversal as their weapons and instruments became scrambled. As the bombardment of energy waves continued, Dagger decided that enough damage had been inflicted on the enemy and retreated, leaving his spider crabs to die. The monsters began exploding like kernels of popcorn, sending their gory remains all over space. Mia and the others tried to follow Dagger, but they were still feeling intense pain and couldn't catch up to him. He sped out to where Tekkaman Slaughter was and grabbed hold of him. He then sent a signal back to his master Darkon, asking for the hyperspace gate to open for them. As the tear in space opened up, he dragged the now senseless, evolved Saber and himself through it and disappeared from sight. It was at that time that the energy surge subsided. However, the surge had caused one of the battle wagons to lose all of his navigational and thruster controls. Unlike the Warrior's Pride, the ship, the Titan's Fist, was 10 times larger. As it began to slowly fall through the atmosphere and began to heat up during re-entry, all those who were tracking its descent became horror-struck as they calculated its impact point. It was going to hit one of the most populated areas on the planet, and it was right next to where the Megele refugees were being sheltered. Slade cleared his head and began racing back toward the planet. But he knew that even as an evolved Tekkaman with far greater speed, he wouldn't be able to make it. Slade. Tekkaman Blaster looked off to one side and saw Mia racing toward him with Dida and Jura trailing behind her. She was the fastest of the three and was soon keeping pace with him as they streaked toward the planet. By this time, the Titan's Fist was already halfway through the middle layers of the atmosphere and it had become a huge flaming meteor. One could only hope that its heat shielding would be enough to protect the crew inside, but that was a moot point. The impact alone would kill the men inside it, not to mention obliterate the population center and the Megele ships that were in its path. The resulting crash would most likely send shockwaves across the planet's surface, devastating the nearby landscape and upset the already barren ecosystem. The men were used to meteor showers and such hitting their world, which was one of the main reasons why they built their cities within the huge chasms that were scattered about their planet. However, even they would not be able to withstand such a dire change in their environment. A great many men would die alongside the females once the ship crashed, only more slowly. Slade poured everything he had into his thrusters, willing himself to go faster. He just had to get there in time. As he sped up, he began to consider his options. Then he realized that there was only one way. Even if he did get ahead of the fallen vessel, then he would have to destroy it with his megavoltaker to save the city and the Megele refugees. That meant that the innocent crew within the vessel would be sentenced to death. There was no other option. Damn it. To save their lives, I'd have to take lives. No, I can't do that. There has to be another way. There has to be. At that point, Tekkaman blaster started to glow with a white light. Mia, who was straining to keep up with him, became puzzled and drew closer. Then it happened, just as he did before. Slade unconsciously reached out for more power, and a shaft of energy burst from his armored form and connected, this time with Tekkaman Diamond. The former Dread leader was pulled toward him as he became translucent. Their bodies became one as armor fused together. Mia gasped as unimaginable power seeped into her and she felt a familiar presence in the back of her mind, urging her to accept the union. In one final burst of brilliance, the transformation was complete. The new warrior was more sleek and curved than the one formed by Jura and Slade. She was about a foot taller than Tekkaman Blaster but was less bulky. The armor was gray with white and scarlet highlights. Behind his her shoulders were two pairs of sharp, wing-like protrusions, along with a quartet of diamond-shaped thrusters. The boots had winglets and the helmet was now framed with smooth, angular surfaces. Every part of the new Tekkaman emphasized one thing: speed. Through the union of Tekkaman Blaster and Diamond, Tekkaman Flash was born. Ida and Jura were left gaping as Tekkaman Flash suddenly accelerated to what could only be described as going to warp speed. Like a bolt of lightning, she shot forward and in less than an instant, she crossed the distance and was now just a few hundred meters behind the fallen battleship. Then she made another burst of acceleration as she angled her flight path toward the bow of the craft. Energy emitters appeared on his her shoulders and began focusing power in front of him her. Then, in one final charge, she shouted out, "Hyperlight, DOLTAK." Tekkaman Flash impacted hard against the bow of the ship, like a projectile being fired off from a railgun. The front of the Titan's fist was blown clear off. However, this caused the craft to alter in its trajectory. As its direction changed, the vessel angled away from the population center and toward a more desolate area. Its velocity had lessened with the sudden change in motion, But it still wasn't enough. The city and the Megele refugees had been spared of instant annihilation, but everyone on the planet was still in jeopardy. The new Tekkaman powered up and struck with his flash or hyperlight voltiker again, this time at the belly of ship with a glancing shot. This caused the ship to fall at a shallower angle and decreased its speed even more. She hoped that it would be enough to allow for a much softer landing. As the warship plowed through several huge sand dunes and started to skate across the surface like a stone over the waters of a pond, she powered up for one more strike, in an attempt to stop its motion altogether. However, it was unnecessary as a familiar giant machine appeared from the sky and flew down to land some distance ahead of the Tarak battle wagon. It was the other fusion of man and woman, Tekkadread Blade. Within its combined cockpit, Duero and Barren directed their machine to begin digging trenches with its energy blades in the path of the oncoming vessel. As it hit each depression, its speed dropped. After digging out more than 4 miles of ditches, the Tekkadread braced itself against the superheated hull and began firing its thrusters at full throttle to counter the ship's forward momentum. The huge craft tore a wide trench into the sandy surface of the planet as it slowly, but surely decelerated. When the Titan's fist finally came to a stop and the resulting clouds of sand and debris settled down, the Tekkadread detached itself from the ship and stood triumphant. Inside the cockpit, both Duero and Barren gave off simultaneous sighs of relief. It was over, for now. At that point, Tekkaman Flash split apart into Tekkaman Blaster and Diamond. Both figures landed beside the crashed vessel and immediately transformed back into their human forms. They simultaneously toppled forward into the sand in exhaustion. Tekkadread Blade immediately split into Tekkaman Razor and Dread Gunner. The good doctor flew down toward his comrades in order to check on them. Much later, in his quarters in the command satellite, Grandpa let off a tired sigh as he bid the officer before him to continue with the report. The officer in question, Captain Jusenkyo, was a young and exceptionally bright cruiser commander with short, russet hair. He had a height of 6'2" and a slender, but tough and wiry build. Unlike the late Vandread, Jensen had earned his command, and had fought his way up through the ranks of the Tarak military. Like Duero, he had undergone the spirit trial when he was 7 years old and had been upgraded from his third-class status to first. He had joined the armed forces at the age of 16 and now at the age of 23, he was among the youngest to ever command a vessel. His ship, the Fireheart, was one of the newer and more powerful class of heavy cruiser/support carrier. He also led a task force called Grandpa's Knife, which consisted of 8 medium cruisers, 6 destroyers and their escorts. At times, his superiors considered him a bit of a maverick with his unorthodox methods and ideals, but there was no mistaking his dedication to defending his world from all outside threats and his loyalty to Grandpa. Jensen took a deep breath as he read the figures. The casualty figures are as follows. The B-class cruisers Warrior's Pride, Battle Axe, and Double Edge were totally destroyed, with all hands lost. The X-class support carrier cruiser Avenger's Sword was also lost with 100 casualties. Dirt-class destroyers Defiant and Courageous were mauled by spider crabs, with no survivors. Alpha-type battleship Titan's Fist reported 60 fatalities of its crew, which came to 875 men. If it weren't for that thing the women called a Tekkadread and that strange new Tekkaman, then they would have all died. Total Vanguard pilot losses has been tallied at 178. Death toll at the command satellite came to 98. The final count, 1,804 confirmed dead, with another 640 wounded, and 12 missing. He shut off the datapad and added, "This was all done by just two Tekkaman and several dozen spider crabs." And according to what Slade told us afterwards, they weren't even trying to destroy us. By all the gods of Tarak, this is not acceptable. Grandpa said as he took in the information, and the reports from the Nirvana stated that the Radam had at least 4 Tekkaman and an unknown number of Tekkadreads, not to mention what appears to be an unlimited number of spider crabs. It was just by pure luck we were able to end up with these results. It could have been worse, much worse. Jensen nodded. Yes. He paused for a moment, then asked, "May I speak freely, Your Excellency?" "You may." The cruiser captain nodded. "Great-grandpa, from what I have already seen from a military and practical standpoint, my professional opinion is that we men of Tarak will not be able to win on our own against the Radam." "I see. And the reasons for this conclusion?" "It has already been proven beyond a doubt that conventional weaponry and our mechs have little to no effect against Tekkaman. Even if they had been able to use their main armaments, the men of the Warrior's Pride still wouldn't have been able to stop Tekkaman Saber or the others. Though our vanguards have proven effective against the spider crabs, the Radam have the advantage in sheer force of numbers. Additionally, we don't know if our fleets are any match against the Tekkadreads. And lastly, so far we've enjoyed minor to moderate skirmishes against them. We have yet to feel a full force assault. If it hadn't been for those crystal deposits in the asteroid belt defenses, I have no doubt that we would have suffered the same fate as Megele." Grandpa nodded sadly. He had been informed by Magno and her crew about certain rare crystals that had a detrimental effect on the Tekkaman power process, and apparently it also affected spider crabs. If they had known about those crystals, then a more potent defense could have been created. When the original asteroid defense belt was destroyed in the Radam's initial attacks, Tarak engineers worked around the clock to recreate the system using the inner field of asteroids that floated near the middle of their solar system. When the Radam suddenly stopped in their heavy assaults and switched to small, easily handled attacks, the men became puzzled as to why the enemy was now hesitant and more careful. It was only discovered now that the new defense belt was emitting low levels of disruptive energies, which had been keeping the spider crabs at bay. Now, with the asteroid belt obliterated, The crystals had released all of their energies at once in one massive surge. The Nirvana's Tekkaman could still transform, but must do so on the planet to be out of range of those energies. Perfect had estimated that the energy levels would disperse within 1 month. At that point, there would be nothing to deter the Radam from attacking Tarak in full force. 1 month. A mere 30 days for men and women to find the strength to overcome the merciless Radam, not to mention the animosity that had built up over the last 100 years between the sexes. Grandpa sighed again. Things were going to get rough. Then he addressed the young captain. "You do realize what you are implying, don't you, Captain Dar?" "Yes, Grandpa. We need the women's help. I'm glad that you see things from a more sensible viewpoint. Out of all the officers in the Tarak Armed Forces, you are one of the few with whom I can trust to carry out my orders. I thank you, Grandpa. Rest assured, I shall follow and protect you with my very life if need be. Let us hope it does not come to that. So be it. We shall begin integrating the Megele women into our society. I know that it will be a shock to nearly all and heresy to even consider such a thing, but in order to ensure the survival of the human race, we must do what is necessary. Since the crew of the Nirvana had men and women cohabitating together for over a year, we shall use them as our model in order to get cooperation between the genders. As you command, Grandpa. Double quote the Nirvana. Slade rushed into the sick bay after being transported back onto the ship. Though he was almost totally drained from his fight with Saber, he still needed to make sure that a certain someone was alright. Running behind him was Mia, Taida and Jura. "Captain! Captain! Are you all right?" Slade cried out as he flung open the door to the sick bay. Slade stopped suddenly as he saw Magnos sitting up on a bed. Beside her was Tuero as he assessed the readings on a nearby pulse meter. Magno was dressed in a surgical gown and her long, silver-streaked, blonde hair was loose and flowing. Her left arm and shoulder was tightly bandaged, and her left wrist had an IV attached to a bag of plasma hanging beside her bed. She looked up and smiled at him. "Hello, Ranma, my son." Slade felt a surge of emotion as he rushed forward to embrace her. In his haste, he let slip a certain word, "Mother." Behind him, the 3 female Tekkaman stared in shock. Nearby, some other crew members heard the outburst. On the Nirvana, gossip spread like wildfire and soon everyone on board were exclaiming the same thing, "Mother." To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! This was a long chapter, but I had to get at least the groundwork for the Megele/Tarak alliance done. For those of you who are disappointed in the sudden end to the battle, don't worry. You'll see plenty of action in future chapters as each person plays out his/her parts. In the next chapter, we're going to see the 2 genders as they rediscover the joys and sorrows of living together, and some new characters being introduced. And of course, we're also going to see the ramifications of Slade's declaration. 1. Got this scene after watching The Last Starfighter. 2. I can't remember the name of Saber's evolved form or if he even got a name in the last episode of Tekkaman Blade. But I like this name. It suits him. Asterisk Chapter 28 Asterisk Chapter 12 Part 1 Moving Indeed Tekkadread the second stage disclaimer. Well, here we go again. Vandread, Tekkaman Blade and Ranma all belong to their respective creators, but I don't think they mind if I use their characters in this story, since I'm not getting paid for this. Thoughts Chapter 12 Part 1 Moving in the conference room of the Nirvana and there we have it. Poirot declared as he showed BCE, Vasco and a few others, the DNA profiles of both Slade and Magnos. On the left you can see the captain's base genetic structure. On the right is Slade's. Now if we were to superimpose one on top of the other in the correct sequencing, the Tarak doctor made the holographic images combine. You can clearly see the correlation between parent and child. It's just about what you would expect from a family/baby relation or in Slade's case, from mother to son. Amazing. Kuzum remarked. And there is no chance of error in your data. None whatsoever. He assured as he brought up the X chromosomes of both Magno and Slade. As you now know, in ancient times, when men and women procreated naturally, the mother would always donate one X chromosome to her children. Since Slade is male, we can safely assume that his Y chromosome came from his father. Now if we were to compare the DNA markers of Vivian Magno's X chromosome with Slade's, we'd have an exact match. He could have only inherited these characteristics from his mother. This is irrefutable proof that the captain is Slade's mother. But they look so different. Perfect want doubt. I'm not at all surprised, considering over 500 years had passed between them. Poirot said as he then made an image of an old photo appear. Now this is a picture of Slade when he was around 4 or 5 years old. Ooh, he's so cute, Dinah exclaimed. Jura nodded in agreement. Ranma, or rather Slade, was really adorable for a little boy. As for Mia, she simply gazed upon the image without saying anything. Thoughts she silently concurred with her compatriots. Now the woman in this image is his mother, our captain. That's our captain, Vascogni said in surprise. Poirot cleared his throat as he continued. Just remember that this picture was taken over half a millennia ago and she had undergone quite a few changes. Due to a disaster around the end of the 20th century on Earth, Vivian Magno, or rather Nono Kasodon as she was called back then, or was it Tensuk? In any case, she had to undergo cryogenic suspension after contracting a fatal disease. She was only intended to be in stasis for a few months until a cure was found, but instead she wound up being frozen for centuries. When she awoke a century ago, she had herself surgically altered and eventually aged into the person we now know. However, from this photo, you can clearly see the resemblance between her and her child. The doctor then brought up an image of young Ranma's face. Now then, If we were to gradually age this child through the computer simulation, he worked the controls on the console until the face matured into someone familiar. You can see who this boy grew up to be. The image then showed Slade's face, minus the scar. As the images then faded away, certain girls in the room were thinking the same thing. There was another way to get to Slade's heart through his mother. The sick day. So tell me, was Saber my half-brother? Slade asked as he sat at his mother's bedside. Magno took a deep breath as she sat on the medical bed. Then, after a long pause, she nodded. Yes, that was Kenji, your brother. When I saw his face, there was no mistake. And it seems that he no longer sees me as his mother. The aged woman bowed her head in shame. Frankly, I don't blame him or you. I haven't been much of a mother to either of my sons, Taga. I let your father take you away on that training trip, and I failed in raising Kenji right. Now my sons see me as a stranger, someone whom they don't want anything to do with. Slade felt a bit of a stab at his heart when he heard these words. He had recently decided to try and reconcile with basically his only family. Magno, or rather Nodoka, was the only real person he could relate to. Aside from his memories of Genma, whom he despised, his early memories of his mother were sometimes the only things that kept him sane in this crazy universe. At that point, he reached out and gently embraced her. This gave her a bit of a surprise, then he gave her another. Mom. Hearing that word from her son immediately got her attention and lifted her from her depression. She became still and silent as it sunk in. He had just called her mom. Slade trembled a bit as he gathered his thoughts and put them into words. I don't blame you for all the time we've lost. I was only 5 and I didn't know any better. And when I saw Saber about to kill you, I realized that you're still a part of me. I guess this is fate's half-assed way of giving back what it took from both of us all those hundreds of years ago, a second chance. Oh Ranma. Magno began sobbing into his chest as Slade continued to hold her. The long and slow rebuilding of the bond between parent and child had begun the next day as Slade and Magno had begun re-establishing the connection between them. Certain other people were also in the process of building bridges, specifically those between the genders. The bridge of the Fireheart Captain Jensen. Dar sat in his command chair as each of his crew members went about his normal duties. As he sipped from his cup of coffee, one of the few luxuries that were allowed for the men of Tarak, one of his subordinates, a lieutenant, approached him with a data pad. The officer was a slim youngster, with short black hair. Captain? Yes, Lieutenant Train. Here is tomorrow's duty roster for your approval. Plus, there is a listing of the transfers to our ship, effective immediately. Jensen nodded as he took the datapad and perused the names on the screen. When he came to the listing of transfers, his expression tightened slightly, then relaxed as he signed the pad with his thumbprint, then gave it back to his subordinate. Very good, Lieutenant. Carry on. Sir. Train saluted and walked off with the datapad. It was then that the intercom buzzed him. Captain Dar. Yes, sir. The new transfers had just been cleared through security and it had boarded the ship. Jensen nodded as he got up from his chair and straightened out his uniform. He then replied to the intercom. Have the new members taken to their assigned quarters so they can settle and inform their commanding officer that I will be meeting her in my office in 10 minutes. At 6:30 hours, I want the new recruits to assemble in the main hangar for general operations briefing. Understood? Understood, sir. Captain S office. The commander of the Fireheart waited patiently in his chair at his desk as he contemplated the changes that Grandpa had decided to implement. After that horrific encounter with the Radam and its Tekkaman, the supreme leader of the all-male world had immediately decided to begin integrating the women into Tarak's society. That not only included the civilian populace, but also the military. Naturally, many of the officers in the High Command protested against the idea of allowing the women to serve alongside the men, but Grandpa was absolutely adamant about it. Most of the Megele officers were without vessels to serve on after their homeworld was lost, and the old man had decided to assign them to Tarak ships. In return, the Megele females would share some of their technology to upgrade several of the battleships and cruisers, in preparation for the inevitable Radam invasion. Unlike a good number of his fellow officers, Jensen was more open-minded, and wasn't afraid to take chances and make drastic changes, if the desired end result was achieved. His crew was a ragtag group that he had handpicked from over 100 other vessels. There was a wide range of personalities, from the slackers to the hardcore, by-the-book extremists. Overall, they were a curious bunch, especially the Vanguard squadron that went by the nickname of the Brawler Brigade. The Mecha squadron was led by a grizzled veteran named Fulson, but just about everyone called him the Old Gun. He had a very gruff exterior and didn't care for fancy words or displays. For the most part, he stuck to direct phrases, or even grunts to get his point across. However, when it came to Vanguard combat, he had virtually no equal in all of the Tarak fleet, and the Brawler Brigade was perhaps even better than Slade's warrior squadron. However, despite all of their differences, the crew was absolutely loyal to the captain, and would follow him into hell 1,000 times over. Jensen was the kind of person who could relate to each and every individual on the ship. He recognized their talents and was able to place each one in a position that suited him perfectly. He took the dropouts, the overlooked, the discarded, the rejected, and even the criminal of all the other men serving in the armed forces, and made them into the most cohesive crew that ever manned a vessel. And now, they would have to adapt to the concept of including females into their ranks. Like the Nirvana's physician, Jensen didn't take much stock in the propaganda about the women being monsters that sucked out men's innards, and he was very interested to see how they performed under combat situations. If they were anything like the Megele pirates in the reports that Guero, Bart and Tuzon had given, then an alliance with them would be worth any minor inconveniences. It was one of the reasons why he volunteered his ship to be part of the division that would comprise of both male and female crew members. He then began thinking of one encounter he had with the women, though it was under much different circumstances. Flashback. First Officer Jensen Dar of the destroyer Fireheart gritted his teeth as he and the remaining bridge crew manned the secondary command center. The initial barrage from that Megele cruiser had caught them off guard and had killed the captain, along with the rest of the senior staff. Now, their enemy was coming in close to finish them off. The main guns of the smaller destroyer needed time to power up, and the torpedo bays weren't finished reloading. It was then that Jensen came up with an idea. He turned to a young ensign with black hair. "Ensign Corby, do we still have any of those plasma mines left?" The younger man looked down at his console and nodded. "Yes. We have 4 left. But what good will they do?" Jensen checked his readouts on the position of the Megele cruiser. "Launch all mines at coordinates 874912 and manually detonate them on my command. Also fire off the EMP burst torpedo to the same coordinates. But do it." The ensign nodded as he punched in commands. At the same time, Jensen ordered the refuse tubes to be emptied. "Launching mines, launching EMP burst torpedo," Ensign Corby announced. Then he shouted out, "Commander, they're firing on us. Steady, hold it now. Detonate mines and activate EMP burst. Detonating mines. Activating EMP burst." There was huge flash of light as the mines exploded. The cruiser's particle beams were enveloped before they could reach the destroyer, thereby dispersing their energies. At the same time, the EMP burst torpedo went off and its power was amplified by the resulting blast. As a result, the cruiser suddenly stopped as streaks of crackling energy started crisscrossing over its shields and hull. The ensign stared in amazement as he turned to his superior. "What happened, sir?" "They just stopped." Jensen nodded as he explained. "The explosion caused by those plasma mines acted as our shield and also amplified the effects of the EMP burst. Those women may have better technology, but their instruments are really sensitive to electromagnetic disruptions. Right now, I'd say that they just lost all long and medium-range sensors. They're flying blind now. But that EMP burst took out our sensors too." "Yeah, but we got something they don't. Does Corporal Turin still like to stargaze with those telescopes? You're going to navigate and target the enemy manually?" Jensen nodded as he began calling for the navigation crews and Corporal Turin soon. "I can't believe that we got behind them," Ensign Corby declared as he was informed that the weapons were armed and ready. In the main observation deck, Corporal Turin was looking through his telescope and giving ranges to the fire control crews. "Target their main engines first and fire," Jensen barked. The heavy particle cannons of the destroyer took some time to charge, but were devastating once used. Massive beams lanced toward the Megele ship and struck near its aft section, causing it to shudder. "Direct hit," Corby shouted. "Fire torpedoes. Full spread," Jensen shouted. Torpedoes away, yes. 98% direct hits. Begin firing all secondary guns and charge the main cannons. The destroyer began firing a continuous barrage at its adversary, causing massive damage. A second salvo from the main guns took out the Megele ship's shields completely, as Corby announced that the enemy was now at their mercy. Commander, the Megele ship is completely unprotected. One more barrage from the main cannons and we can finish it off. It was then that Jensen looked down at his readouts and saw the remaining power levels. If they were to fire the main guns again, then they would have nothing left to get back to Tarak with. He had to make a decision whether to go for the glory of defeating the women, or to save his crew from perishing in space before their energy reserves were depleted. Break off the attack and head for home. What? You heard me, Ensign. Head back to Tarak. But why? We don't have enough power to destroy them and get back home. The crew come first, Ensign. Always. But we're so close to beating them, we've already beaten them. They can't fight back and they know we could destroy them if we could. Having them return to Grandma and defeat will be enough for now. I'm not about to sacrifice the crew for personal pride. Corby was about to protest further, but then saw the look in his superior's eyes, which broke no argument. He then ordered the navigation crew to plot a course for home. End of flashback. Though he had not destroyed the enemy, Jensen was still highlighted as a hero and the encounter was seen as a victory for the all-male planet. He was soon promoted to captain and had renamed his new ship as the Fireheart. Since that time, he had been seen by his peers as a kind of young genius and an enemy to be feared on the battlefield. He started to read over the files concerning the one who would become his new first officer. He had lost his second in command, one engineer and several of his senior staff during that devastating encounter with the Radam Tekkaman. His crew members had been on temporary assignment aboard the Double Edge, and all had perished during the attack. He had lost a dozen good friends that day, including Corby and Turin, who had followed him since their encounter with the Megele vessel. As he scanned over the datapad concerning the leader of the group that transferred to the Fireheart, he nodded in tentative approval. The woman had a good, solid record and had commanded a vessel of her own before her people were forced to abandon Megele. In fact, she had to sacrifice her ship as a diversion in order for the populace to make their escape. She was no desk officer and had seen her share of combat. Her rise through the ranks was comparable to his own, and she was about a year younger than he was. On paper, she seemed to be the ideal soldier. All of the Megele transfers to the Fireheart would be from her former crew. However, these were just facts and figures. The real person might be very different from what her records made her out to be. It was at that point that his office door beeped, indicating that someone was waiting on the other side for admittance. Jensen nodded as he pushed aside the file and assumed that he was about to meet the person in question. He stood up straight and called out to the door. "Come in." The door hissed open and allowed for Jensen's new first officer to enter. She was a striking woman with long, straight, silver blonde hair that was tied back in a simple braid that ended behind her shoulder blades. Her bangs were cropped in a kind of frizzy style and hung over her forehead. She had an oval face, with large, green eyes. She wore simple bead earrings and was garbed in the standard dress uniform of the Megele military. This consisted of a pale blue, long-sleeved jacket that ended in a blonde tail at the back, like a tuxedo. She wore matching slacks and low-heeled, pearl-white boots with cuffed tops. On the left breast of the jacket was the insignia of the Megele fleet. She was about 5'9" and had a light figure. She had softly flaring hips, narrow waist, firm rounded breasts and long legs. She was nothing like the propaganda films that depicted women as inhuman monsters. However, she exhibited a kind of no-nonsense air about her as she stood at attention, gave her new superior a sharp salute and introduced herself. Her voice had a melodic tone to it, but also gave off a commanding ring. Lieutenant Commander Ikazuchi reporting for duty. At ease, Commander. Jensen replied, as he returned the salute and motioned for her to sit down in a chair adjacent to his desk. As she did so, he also returned to his seat. Lacing his fingers together and holding out his hands before him on the desk, he locked eyes with his new subordinate a few minutes before Ikazuchi, formerly of the Megele cruiser Crimson Twilight, felt as if she was an inmate on her final journey toward the executioner's chamber. To say that she was not happy about her new assignment would be an understatement. At this moment, she would rather have a lobotomy performed on her, without anesthetic, than having to follow the orders of a man from Tarak. When it was announced by Grandpa and Grandma that the women of the Megele military would be reassigned to serve aboard Tarak cruisers and battleships, the higher ranks caused quite an uproar and a series of protests. However, despite numerous outbursts and threats of desertion or worse, the truth of the matter was that there was no other alternative. The remaining Megele vessels, including Grandma's flagship, were already battered nearly to the point of being scrapped, after their numerous encounters with the Radam spider crabs. It was decided, most reluctantly by Grandma and her inner circle of councilwomen, that the vessels were to be dismantled, and used as raw material to enhance the Tarak warships and build more weapons against the Radam, such as Vandreads, dread fighters and the new devices called Tekka suits, in which the Nirvana had developed. Ika considered herself fortunate that she would not have to bear the disgrace of having her own cruisers scrapped and used to make the men stronger. During the final evacuation of Megele, she had ordered her crew to abandon ship and left the Crimson Twilight to drift into the path of the oncoming hordes of spider crabs, as a booby trap. She had set the reactors to overload in 30 seconds, which caused the craft to explode with the force of a 50 megaton thermonuclear bomb, taking out several hundred of the monsters and allowed the rest of the fleet to escape. When the ship died, a part of her had died with it. The Crimson Twilight had been the symbol of her success and the source of her pride, confidence and independence. She had thought long and hard for her command. Unlike some of the more privileged officers in the Megele military, Ika had come from one of the lower classes, and had to fight her way up to her present rank. Now, with her ship gone and most of her crew reassigned to other vessels, she was going to have to serve on a ship that belonged to someone else. It was no better than being demoted, and she could only imagine what this Captain Jusenkyo was like. Like most other women from Megele, Ika wasn't exactly fond of the men of Tarak and considered them to be brutes and savages. Before the time of the Radam invasion and subdued Ation of Megele, her ship had been assigned the task of patrolling the outer sectors of the women's territories. As a result, she and her crew often skirmished with Tarak ships that tried to cross their borders. In just about every encounter, the Crimson Twilight had emerged victorious in beating back or destroying the enemy. Except for one time. Ika gritted her teeth a bit at that memory. It was the one black mark in her career that she could never forget. Flashback, Commander. All of our long and mid-range sensor arrays are being jammed. We've also lost visual on the Tarak destroyer. Ika immediately stood up from her command seat. What? How did that happen? Her navigator began checking the readouts on her console. Apparently, we didn't damage that destroyer as much as we believed. What we thought was a direct hit on their port side was actually an explosion caused by a series of plasma mines. They must have released and detonated them, just as we fired. Those exploding mines blocked our attack and absorbed most of its energy. All that debris we saw was only jettisoned material that simulated battle damage. And among that material was some kind of electro-scrambler device. It gave off an EMP pulse that's interfering with our sensor arrays. Where is that destroyer now? Ika demanded. Impossible to track them with our long and mid-range sensors out of commission. Our short-range sensors are still functioning, but we could only detect them if they were almost on top. WHABOM. The Crimson Twilight shuddered as something impacted hard against its hull near the stern. Damage reports started flooding the bridge. Several smaller hits followed, causing the craft to shudder even more. Ika's first officer, a brown-haired girl with blue eyes, frowned as she read the data to her superior. That Tarak destroyer is behind and starboard to us. Its particle cannons hit sections 29 to 35. It then followed through with a barrage of proton torpedoes. Main engines are offline. We can only maneuver with the emergency thrusters. KBOM. Sections 48 to 56 have been hit. Third-level shields are failing. Primary guns are inoperable. Secondary guns are down by 45. One more hit like that and we are finished. Damn it. Ika thought as she couldn't believe that she had been outmaneuvered. At the start of the battle, she had gotten the early advantage by catching the destroyer off guard. A few salvos had seemingly crippled the ship and made it a sitting duck. When she had closed in to finish it off, she had not been expecting it to be playing possum. Now she and her crew were paying for her mistake. POM. Main engineering reports that all defensive shields have failed. The first officer shouted out. We cannot take another hit. All remaining weapon systems are down to 10. Ika took a deep breath and waited for the end. Then, as quickly as the attack had begun, it ceased. The main view screen finally came back online, and showed that the destroyer that was about to execute the Crimson Twilight was leaving. Everyone on the bridge was as surprised as she was. That Tarak's ship had them dead to rights. Why was it withdrawing from a battle it had all but won? As it moved off back toward Tarak's base, the view screen showed an image of the ship's registry and name in the men's language. The navigator fed the data through the translator. IDSF-1574D Fireheart, 1 right parenthesis end of flashback. The Fireheart. Though she had never encountered that destroyer again, nor found out who had been commanding it, that name always made her angry, as it reminded her of the first loss she had suffered at the hands of the men. Now she was going to serve on a ship with the same name. She would have laughed at the irony if she wasn't so upset about losing to the men and having to work on one of their ships. She steeled herself to endure the shame and likely ridicule her new superior would mete out as she stood at the door to the captain's office. She pushed the com button on the side of the wall, then heard a voice. Come in. The door slid open and Ika stepped forward toward her destiny. As she entered the room, she was confronted by a male who was more than a head and a half taller than she was. However, he didn't fit the image she had of a Tarak male. He appeared to be only a year or two older than she was, and he seemed to be somewhat gentle-looking, not at all like the Tarak Prime Minister and the other officers during the conference. He was of moderate build, and was dressed in the drab-brown uniform that all men of the Tarak armed forces wore. On his shoulders were gold epaulets that were rimmed with silver. In their centers were 4 triangles, which denoted his rank as a starship captain. On his right shoulder was the insignia of the IDSF, also rimmed with 4 triangles. He had short, russet hair, but what really got her attention was his eyes. They were the most unusual shade of gray. However, at that moment, Ika remembered herself and snapped off a sharp salute. Lieutenant Commander Ika-san, reporting for duty. At ease, Commander. Jensen replied as he motioned for her to sit down at a chair, then sat himself down as well. Ika sat down casually with her hands clasped on her lap. It was at that point that the interview got underway. Jensen looked down and read the report in front of him. I'm Captain Jensen Dar of the cruiser carrier Fireheart, Division 487 of Task Force 12, aka Grandpa's Knife. It says here that you're our Lieutenant Commander Ika-san, age 22. Formerly of the Megele high-speed attack cruiser Crimson Twilight. Finished 4th in her class at the Grandma Military Academy on Megele. First assigned to the Megele cruiser Sunrise, and had an exceptional tour of duty before being given secondary command of the Crimson Twilight at age 18. Took over as its primary commander 1 year later and had led several successful missions. You've been decorated twice with the Nova Star of Bravery, and was being considered for promotion to full captain's rank 1st class, but due to some incident 2 years ago, which is not listed on this report, you were turned down. Ika's eyes narrowed as she remembered back to that one failure which had cost her a chance to be promoted. When she and the Crimson Twilight limped back to Megele, The upper brass had decided to not upgrade her rank at the time, due to her loss to a lowly Tarak destroyer. She had been considered for promotion again later on, but that was when the Radam appeared. Jensen continued to read the report. You were forced to destroy the Crimson Twilight during the Radam invasion and the evacuation of Megele. Your current assignment under the new Tarak/Megele Alliance Pact is to take the position of First Officer aboard the Fireheart and aid in the war against the Radam. He then turned off the datapad, which means that you will be serving under my command. Yes. Jensen then gave her a slight smile as he stood up and extended his right hand to her. Welcome aboard, First Officer. Ika gazed upon him in surprise. She had been expecting him to begin berating her for her failure to be promoted and as a woman overall, but he showed none of that. He was simply accepting her as his new second-in-command without a thought. Double-quoted single-quote so Ika couldn't find the words to describe what she was seeing as Jensen led her down the halls toward her quarters. Jensen nodded at her bewilderment as he had been one of the few Tarak officers who had toured a Megele vessel before it had been claimed by the dismantling and salvage teams. I admit that the Fireheart's insides aren't as pretty as what you're used to seeing on a Megele cruiser. Mumber, Ika said quickly, as she didn't want to start any conflict so early on. She may dislike the idea of working with men, but this truce was necessary if all humankind were to survive. I don't find your ship offensive. I mean, it's just that I've never seen hallways so plain, empty, undecorated, dreary, not as bright, not as cheerful, Jensen supplied. Well, what you see here is just about what you'll see on any Tarak vessel. We don't do any of that fancy gear that you're probably used to. Frankly, it's better this way. What do you mean? Well, unlike Megele, our resources aren't as plentiful, so we prefer to keep things straight and uncomplicated. As long as the halls are neat and allow us to get to where we need to go, then how they look is irrelevant. I've been in one of your cruisers and frankly, I don't see the point of why every 3 feet of wall space has some picture of flowers or something on it. And I really don't get why you illuminate those halls with all those mirrors and lights. The energy used to power those fixtures for an hour could be shared between a dozen crew quarters for 3 days. It's to make the atmosphere more cheerful and bright. Ika insisted. We believe that a good outward appearance allows for better interaction between crew members. And they do need those mirrors to fix their makeup and make uniform adjustments and all that still doesn't make sense to me. Jensen stated, then decided to change the subject. But you and your crewmates weren't brought on board this ship for your opinions on aesthetics. You're here to work, and I expect for everyone on the Fireheart to do his or her job to the best of his or her ability. I assure you that my crewmates and I are among the best, if not the best of the Megele armed forces. Ika said with a slightly defiant tone. She wasn't about to back down to any man. Her superior nodded slightly. Time will tell. He then stopped in front of a door and spoke to the computer lock. Captain Jensen Dar, security override is 789. The computer lock beeped an acknowledgement as it scanned him and verified his identity. The door hissed open, and the two entered the room. Jensen then gestured to his new first officer. "Well, these are your new quarters for the next month." Aika's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the place where she was going to be sleeping in. There was practically nothing in it. The chamber was approximately 10 foot x 10 foot and it had a foldable bunk that was currently pushed up against the far wall. Adjacent to the bunk was a small bathroom, which consisted of a toilet, a shower stall and a sink. Illumination was provided by small LED panels on the ceiling. Near the bunk was a communications console and screen on the wall. There was a closet opposite to the bunk, but other than that, there was nothing special or fancy about her new quarters. In fact, it was about as simple as one could get for living arrangements. This is it. Aika had heard of stories of the primitive living conditions that the men of Tarak had to endure, both on their vessels and on their homeworld. However, she had been expecting that a person of her high rank to be given more sophisticated living space. She was the first officer after all. "These are the quarters for the first officer," Jensen confirmed. "You'll find a supply of soap, shampoo, and other necessities in the closet. I suggest that you budget them carefully, since we can only replenish each crew member's quarters once every 2 weeks. If you need any extra or special requisitions, then you'll have to discuss that with the quartermaster. You are free to customize this room to your liking, though the general ship rule is to keep personal effects to a minimum." "This is it," Aika repeated, still in disbelief. The captain of the Fireheart took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes. You get exactly what every crew member on this ship gets. We provide the essentials only. Whatever else you may want, you'll have to obtain on your own. You can consult the computer interface if you have any questions about normal ship operations. I expect you and the rest of the transfers to report to the main hangar deck for general briefings at 6:30 hours. If there's nothing more and if you don't have any further questions," he then started to turn toward the door. "These are the first officer's quarters," Aika repeated yet again. Jensen stopped before the open door, but didn't turn to face her. He let off a tired sigh and replied, "Yes. These are the first officer's quarters. I should know, since one of my best friends had been assigned here." "Who?" "My first officer before the Radam Tekkaman slaughtered him and 11 other good friends 2 days ago." He paused as his right hand clenched into a fist at his side. It had nearly pushed him to tears when the cleanup crews were sent in to clear the vacant quarters and prepare them for the new arrivals. Since his dead crew members had no surviving relatives to lay claim on their personal belongings, nearly all of it had been taken away to be broken down into raw materials and used for the build-up against the inevitable Radam invasion. He had just managed to get 1 or 2 small mementos from each room and had them sent to his home on Tarak. Aside from the planetary register, those keepsakes were the only reminders that they had existed at all. Jensen then straightened up and walked out of the room without another word, leaving his new first officer speechless over what she had just witnessed. For just about all her life, she had been taught that the men of Tarak were brutish, uncaring savages. It was generally believed by the populace that the males were not prone to being sensitive or to show any kind of tender emotions. So did she just imagine seeing her new superior officer show sorrow over lost comrades? Iko wasn't the only female who was getting a shock, as the other women from the Crimson Twilight were also having difficulties settling in where the bidet. Third Lieutenant Sonia Krum asked as she looked at her quarters bathroom. The what? First Lieutenant Carden Zimmer remarked in puzzlement. He gave the short-haired, petite brunette an expression of confusion. Sonia looked back up, though she had to strain her neck a bit to meet his eyes. She had no idea that men grew so big. Carden was at least 6'3", with sandy blonde hair. He towered over her, as she was only a mere 5'7". She became extremely embarrassed when she tried to describe a bidet. Do you know the bidet? No, I had no idea what a bidet island. It's that thing you sit on when you... Carden paused for a moment, then nodded in comprehension. Oh, is that what you call a toilet on Megele? Well, it's right there. He extended a hand and pointed to it. Sonia raised her hands and waved them while shaking her head. No, no, no. We have toilets on Megele too. I mean, the thing you sit on after you well. This made Carden more confused. The thing you sit on after? You mean another toilet? Why would you need two toilets in a bathroom? Just do your business, and clean yourself off with the toilet paper, flush it down with everything else, then use the sink to wash your hands. Why complicate things with another toilet? The Megele female became even more uncomfortable. You use toilet paper too? You mean you use paper to clean your... You actually use your hands too? Carden shrugged. Hey, it's a dirty job, but you got to do it. That's why you wash your hands afterwards. That's what the sanitizer liquid is for. Why? What's this got to do with sitting on a second toilet? The bidet is not a second toilet. It's there to wash your well, so you don't have to touch your own. Huh? Is that what a bidet is? Is that what it's for? You're kidding me. You mean you women use twice as much water whenever you... That's none of your business. Hey, when you're wasting water like that, then it becomes everyone's business on Tarak. You can't use up water like that, especially now that we're on full-scale warp production. He then pointed to the roll of toilet paper near the toilet and then the sink. There's the toilet paper, and there's the sink. Don't use more than 3 or 4 squares every day, since we are only given 2 rolls per array supply periods. You got to make it last for 2 weeks, got that? And by the way, limit your showers to 6 minutes per day. 6 minutes. That's nowhere near long enough to... Carden cut her off with a glare. I told you before that we're on full-scale warp production. Every resource has to be rationed, and we can't afford to waste anything. See that timer on the shower stall? It's usually preset for 10 minutes. However, with the Radam planning to invade us, it's been changed to 6 minutes. Clean yourself off quick and get out of the shower, because it will automatically shut off after the timer reaches 0. If you really want to stretch your water ration, then I'd suggest you consider taking sponge baths. Shania stood in helpless silence and she began to wonder if it would have been better to stay on Megele and take her chances with the spider crabs in the ship's cafeteria. How can you eat this? Ensign Maricasterlano remarked as she chewed her first mouthful of Tarak food pills and swallowed. She had been one of the dread pilots aboard the Crimson Twilight and possessed a slender, light form. The long-haired redhead winced as the flavor, or lack of it, made her feel a bit nauseated. She then pushed the remainder of her meal aside. "Hey, you get used to it," Sergeant Sosaitamar said as he took another heaping spoonful and swallowed. He was second in command of the Brawler Brigade, and was nearly as good as the old gun when it came to piloting a Vanguard. He was built like an Olympic gymnast and had short black hair styled in a military buzz cut. "So what did you usually eat on Megele?" "Well, basically it could be any kind of food we wanted, as long as it was properly prepared and cooked." "Prepared? Cooked?" "Well, yes. I mean, the meat had to be seasoned and heated properly. The vegetables have to be washed and chopped. I mean, if you want it to taste good, the food has to be measured and combined in the right proportions, and that's a lot of trouble to go through for something to eat." "Excuse me. I said that it's a lot of trouble to make something that'll only take a few seconds to chew and swallow. Now don't get me wrong. I know what cooking is all about." This statement caught Merrick by surprise. "You do?" The sergeant nodded. "I'd roasted a lot of shuri and sandstockers in my day, but in the end, it uses up a lot of energy and time, and in our business, we can't afford to waste either. Then you've got to consider all the energy and resources needed to store food. The pills may not taste as fancy as whatever you women ate, but they don't spoil as easy and you don't need as much to keep you going. Of course, whenever I get leave time, I do get a craving for a barbecue, and there are some restaurants on Tarak that serve good shuri steak." "Excuse me, but what are shuri and sandstockers?" "Oh, they're just giant, carnivorous sandworms and lethal desert spiders. They taste better than the pills after you roast them over an open fire. Of course, hunting those things down are a real chore, and you've got to make sure that you remove the acid and venom sacs or they'll burn right through your stomach, liver, pancreas and other vital organs." After hearing that tidbit, the Megele woman became even more nauseated. Suddenly, the pills didn't seem so bad. Engineering section, "What the hell are you doing?" Chief Engineer Willard Sola exclaimed as the newest addition to his engineering staff began hooking up some circuit boards to the environmental controls. He was a stocky, but solid man with some gray around his temples, which complemented his brown hair. The person in question was Engineer Klasiciloma, who happened to be the youngest of Ika's former crew aboard the Crimson Twilight. She had long, purple bead hair that was tied up in twin braids. She looked to be around 16 or 17 and had a very petite figure. She smiled innocently at her new superior and replied, "Well, I just did a few modifications to the ventilation and atmospheric systems. Now I've got them working at 110% efficiency." "You did?" Willard said in surprise. "Well, that's good, but you really should have consulted with me first." The cheerful girl shrugged and replied, "Well, I wanted to make a good impression with you since we're all going to be working on this ship, right? And not only did I improve airflow and quality, but I also added a floral scent dispenser so it'll smell better too." Huh? At that moment, several of the engineering staff began choking and hacking as a strange pink mist began flooding through several of the vents in the engineering section. Many of them cried out in pain as the cloud began making their eyes water. "Hey, RRGGGHH. It burns. It burns. Great Grand PA, what is that smell? Make it stop! Make it stop!" Willard immediately ran toward the control panel, and rerouted whatever was being pumped into the section to the waste disposal incinerator. The mist was quickly sucked up, which allowed the men to breathe normally again. Siloma also went to the console to check on the data, and heaped in embarrassment. She then turned with a sheepish expression and her head bowed down. "Oops. I must have accidentally connected the floral scent dispenser to the gas emitter that the ship's inner defense system uses in case of enemy boarding. We ended up with a rose-scented form of tear gas." As some members of the engineering sections went to help their comrades to the sick bay, the chief engineer looked down at his new subordinate in silence. His hands clenched and unclenched continuously at his sides as he repeated in his mind the same phrase over and over. "Don't strangle her now. Wait until after the war, then strangle her. Don't strangle her now. Wait until after the war, then strangle her." Done single quote T single quote. The captain's office. Jensen shook his head while pinching the bridge of his nose. He had just read the latest reports and complaints by the crew. "It's not even 6:30 hours and half my crew is already threatening to mutiny. This is going to be one long month." He continued to ponder over the list of complaints when he heard the beep at his office door. "Come in." The door hissed in and Jensen looked up and smiled as he saw the leader of the Vanguard squadron enter his office. Hiker Folsom, aka Old Gun, was the oldest member of the Fireheart's crew at 62 years. He was a big man of 6'4" and had a scruffy, gray beard. He had a jagged scar that ran from the upper left temple to the lower right side of his jaw. He was a hard drinker and wasn't very sociable, but there was no mistaking his genius when it came to piloting a Vanguard. He had the rank of gunnery sergeant, and though he had been offered to be promoted to his own command several times in the past, he had always turned it down. He was the kind of person who preferred a hands-on approach. He liked being in the thick of battle, and when it came to whipping new recruits into shape and making them into top-notch van-type fighters, he was the best there was. His long years and many tours of duty on several other vessels had made him indispensable to Jensen whenever he needed advice or a sympathetic ear. In fact, Old Gun was the first officer Jensen had served under during his academy days and Vanguard training. Hicker was about the closest thing Jensen had for a father figure. His prime had died just after he had completed his spirit trial, and he never knew who his second was. It had taken a lot string pulling to get the Old Gun and his squadron to be assigned to the Fireheart. "It's good to see you right now, Sergeant Folsom." The veteran waved a hand while shaking his head. "So, Captain, you know that you can call me Iker or Old Gun when we're alone. Well, just so long as you can drop the captain part and call me Jensen." He looked back down at the list in his hands and sighed. The Vanguard squadron leader noted what was in his superior's hands and nodded. "We sure took on a handful of hell, now didn't we? Tell me about it." He gestured to a few items on the list of complaints. "I've had requests for extra food rations, no pills mind you, more cleaning supplies, longer shower times, installing bidets in the bathrooms, whatever those things are." He then took another tired sigh. "And that's only from the 12 women that just came on board today. My own crew is already up in arms about Megele women being assigned to Tarak ships. Some are crying out that women are truly monsters, and that they should suck out our innards and get it over with, instead of torturing us with their strange habits. And then there was that incident in engineering. Yeah, I went down there a while ago. Oh, I got to admit, I don't remember Willard or the others smelling that nice. Well, to be honest, it was a nice change from their usual body odors. I can't recall when the engineering staff didn't smell like lubricants, grease, fuel, and solvents. Still, that new recruit did overstep her bounds. She should have consulted with the chief engineer before attempting that modification. In fact, so far both sides are nowhere close to any kind of agreement or compromise, much less the kind of cooperation we need to defeat the Radam. I'm beginning to wonder if volunteering the Fireheart for this company gender fleet was a good idea. Heck, I'm starting to wonder if men and women can even work together. It's possible, Jensen. Look at the Nirvana. Besides, building trust and understanding takes time. You can't expect people to change attitudes overnight. Look at me, yourself and the crew. Huh? Whenever I get new blood, there's always going to be headbutting. Can't avoid it. But once I get myself and them to the same level, then we start building a base to work with. You're no different. You've looked all over the fleet for the right crew for the Fireheart. And let me tell you something. I have never seen a more mismatched group of dropouts, rejects, criminals and misfits than what's on the ship today. There were some that I thought you were crazy to bring aboard. But somehow, you found a way to make them all work like a real crew. And because of that, the crew trusts your judgment. They may gripe and growl at times, but they know deep down that you always have their well-being in mind. Jensen smiled as he considered the words of the old warhorse, then stood up. Thanks, old gun. I needed that. Aw shoot. You would figured it all out yourself. Yes, well, we've still got a lot of work ahead of us. Since when has it ever been easy for us? ? Double quote. Later Siloma Yanisk stood uneasily in front of the captain's desk as she was unable to fully meet the penetrating gazes of her new superior and his first officer. Jensen's stern expression made her want to find the nearest rock and crawl under it. Standing beside him, Ika had her arms crossed while giving the young engineer her own look of disapproval. Though Ika didn't like the idea of punishing her own crew member, she had to agree that while her subordinate had violated certain protocols and that she would have to be reprimanded. Judging by your expression, I will assume you know why you were called here before the general crew briefings, Engineer Class Ionisk. Jensen said in a firm tone. Yes, sir. Siloma replied in a near whisper. I goofed. Saying that you goofed is a mild way to admitting that you almost committed involuntary manslaughter. That's not exactly an ideal way to begin relations with your fellow crewmates. Jensen's words cut the young engineer to the quick, making her flinch. Ika immediately came to her defense. Now I wouldn't go that far. True, she caused some discomfort and disrupted the operations down in engineering. I would go that far and even further, the captain said, cutting his first officer off. She could have caused events to release something far more lethal than tear gas. We were fortunate that they didn't emit any mustard, cyanide or nerve agents. Take my word, that self-defense system can be quite deadly if it thinks that the ship had been taken over by a hostile boarding party. He then turned his attention back to the young girl. I can understand your desire to want to make a good first impression, but tampering with something that you had no business with is not the way to go. My crew is already on edge and I don't need anyone else adding fuel to the fire. Therefore, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to make an example out of you. He took a deep breath. Engineer Class A, Siloma Yanisk, you are hereby confined to quarters following the general crew briefing. You are to serve directly under our chief engineer and will only be allowed out of your quarters to perform your duties. All privileges are to be denied, and you will be regulated to mess and latrine work detail indefinitely, until I see fit to end your punishment. Do I make myself perfectly clear? The young girl bowed her head and nodded. Yes, sir. Dismissed. She then turned about and walked out his office in a dejected manner. Ika gazed upon her new superior with a look of disapproval, but Jensen gave her a look that brooked no argument. Much later Jensen sighed in his quarters as he laid down on his bunk. It had been a tiring first day, and he needed to get some sleep. The general briefing had been rocky, but eventually, the all-male crew had calmed down and accepted the fact that the women were aboard for the duration. He could only imagine how things were going on the other Tarak vessels that had women assigned to them. So far, he hadn't heard of any incidences of violence and such, so for now, Things were tentatively going all right. At first, several of the Fireheart's crew were surprised that Jensen had not expelled the women after the air vent fiasco. Then the captain reminded them of several incidences in which new recruits had caused havoc among the crew, only to show their true skills and abilities when the crew needed them the most. He had given those misfits and dropouts a second chance, and so he would do the same for the women. He could only hope that he would be correct in this case as well. As he began to fall asleep, his last thoughts were how in Grandpa's name did they do it on the Nirvana? How could they get used to all those women and those strange ideas of theirs? Single quote in the captain's quarters on the Nirvana. Jura smiled as she admired herself in the mirror. The garb she was presently wearing was a far cry from the revealing clothes she normally dressed in. In fact, the attire revealed practically nothing at all, but she still felt beautiful and elegant. The blonde was dressed in a light green, robe-like garment that was made of the finest silk, and the waist had a wide, red band, tied at the back in a bow. The outfit had flaring sleeves, and on her feet were simple sandals. Her long hair was fashioned in a geisha style, and held in place by decorative pins. However, since her hair was so long, much of it that couldn't be tied up flowed down her back. This only enhanced her elegant appearance as she did a small pirouette and smiled at her reflection. She then turned to the aged woman who had helped her into the outfit and done her hair. "So you call this a kimono?" Vivian Magno, formerly Nono Katensuk, nodded and replied, "Yes. It's a copy of the one I wore in my younger days, almost a lifetime ago. I must say, you look very stunning in it." "Yes. I love it," Jura said with glee. "Do you think Slade will like it?" "Well, I can't really say if he'll like it," Magno admitted. "I haven't seen my son in well over 563 years, but I think he'll look lovely in it. I believe he would approve, especially since it's a nice change from the clothes you usually wear. I can't wait to show him." The pirate captain smiled. How manly her son had become to be the apple of so many girls' eyes. Dinah, Mia and Najura had been approaching her with questions about her son and other more intimate details. And though the men and women were now on full combat production and military integration, she still hoped that her son would get together with at least one of those girls, or even better, all of them. Then she considered the fact that it had been well over half a millennium. It was high time he finally gave her some grandchildren. Speaking of the other girls, Dinah smiled as she followed the recipe that Magno had written out for her. It had been very difficult to get the ingredients needed for this ancient Japanese dish, but she was certain that Mr. Alien Slade would like it. The captain had told her that the way to a man's heart was often through his stomach, and she knew for a fact that the white Tekkaman loved good cooking. And since Mia and Jura's culinary skills were nowhere near hers, she was certain that she would be able to get him first. After all, Jura didn't cook that often, mostly leaving it to Barnett, while Mia's ability didn't go much further than heating up a rations pack. Ida sampled the food she was preparing in the wok and nodded at the taste. She then started adding a dash of soy sauce. And in the former Dread leader's quarters, how to build interpersonal relationships with members of the opposite sex. Mia read out loud as she perused a battered old book in her hands, while sitting on her bed. The volume had been lent to her by the captain after the headstrong girl had come into her quarters with a very personal request. Flashback, "Captain, are you busy?" Mia asked as she entered the captain's quarters. Magnus shook her head as she was sitting at her desk. She gestured for her visitor to sit down at a chair opposite to her. "Not at all, Mia. What can I do for you?" The short-haired girl swallowed a bit as she took a seat, then became somewhat edgy. Well, I sort of have a question to ask of you. About your son. About Slade." The 100+ nodded as she had been half expecting something like this would happen eventually. "And what would you like to know about him?" Well, it's just that the crew has worked with him for over a year now, and we all respect him for what he's done for me, for all of the United States, and well, Magno held up a palm, causing her to stop in her rambling. She then gave the distraught girl a look of understanding. "Mia, please, speak for yourself. If you have something to say about my son and how it relates to you, then do so. Don't beat around the bush." "What? Sorry. That's an old Earth expression. What I mean is, please tell me what's on your mind. Quit all of this hemming and hawing. Out with it already." "Well, I want to ask you." "Ask me what?" "I want to ask you how to talk to a man." "How to talk to a man?" "I would think by now, you'd have had enough practice with talking to men." Mia shook her head while waving her hands frantically in front of her. "No. Not talking to them like that. I mean, speaking to Bart and Twirl like fellow crew members is not what I meant. What I mean is, how women acted with men when they Slade's mother smiled at the girl's flustering. It was obvious that she didn't have any experience when it came to close personal relationships with others. "I see. Well, I am a bit out of practice when it comes to dealing with men on that level. However, I haven't forgotten totally, and I suppose I can give you some pointers. However, I must admit that I am surprised that you would even ask for such a thing. No offense, Mia, but your interactions with even the female members of our crew has been regarded by many as a bit on the stiff side." "Really?" "Yes. Well, as I said before, no offense intended, but I have noticed that you are not exactly what one would call sociable. You tend to keep your emotions bottled up, and you don't take into consideration of the emotions of others. That's one of the key elements when trying to establish a more personal and, if I may be so bold, intimate connections toward another. That becomes especially important when dealing with the opposite sex." Nodoka smile became even more pronounced when Mia's cheek blushed furiously. "However, I find this change in you to be most welcome and refreshing. It's good to see you actually opening up, and I have a feeling that my son had a lot to do with that. Yes, Mia admitted quietly. That's why I made a decision. And what decision is that? Mia swallowed especially hard, then took a deep breath. She promptly stood up, walked around the desk and kneeled in front of her captain, while bowing her head. She then said in a quiet whisper, "Captain, I would like your permission to start a family with your son, Slade." Magno swelled up with pride at the admission, then bid the girl to rise. She took her hands in hers and gave her a warm expression. "Mia, as much as I'd like to give you that permission, it is not mine to give. Slade has not been my son for over half a millennium, and you are not the first girl to ask me for his heart. All that I can give you is my approval and blessing to your desire to have him. However, there are others who are after the same goal, so you will have to work in order to win him. I bid you good luck in your venture, and with some advice. A smile can work wonders." She then handed the girl an old battered book from a drawer in her desktop. End of flashback. Mia then read out loud the next passage in the book. First impressions can often be the most important factor when developing a relationship. A smile can be the strongest message without using words, provided that it is done with sincerity and from the heart. Mia then looked at herself in her bathroom mirror and tried a smile. She then realized that it was forced and didn't seem sincere. She then took on a determined expression and vowed to get the perfect smile. To write parenthesis is for Slade, who happened to be working out in the nearby gym. He suddenly got a cold shiver down his spine. He didn't know why, but he suddenly got the willies and an overwhelming desire to hide. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, it's been some time since I updated, so for the next 2 to 3 chapters, I'm going to delve even deeper into the male/female relationships with some humor. Thrown in as Megele and Tarak begin to find their roots on living together while preparing for the Radam onslaught. As for what's happening on the Fire Heart, I decided to reverse roles than what happened on the Nirvana with a nearly all-male crew and a few females. As for the development between Slade and the girls, well, wait and see. Tekkadread, the second stage, will end on chapter 15, but with several parts per chapter, so we've still got a ways to go. 1. ITSF stands for Imperial Tarak Space Force. The number indicates the series, while D stands for Destroyer. Jensen's current ship has the registry of ITSF-978cc Fireheart, with CC meaning cruiser carrier. 2. I got inspired at this idea after watching an episode of Naruto when the tough sword girl Rin tried to make herself smile in order to impress Kazuki's parents. I thought this would fit me as well. Chapter 29 Chapter 12 Part 2 Learning Curve. Tekkadread, the second stage. Disclaimer: please don't make me do this again. I don't wanna tell people that these characters don't belong to me, and I'm only writing this story for my own enjoyment. Thoughts. Chapter 12 Part 2 Learning Curve. Jusenkyo and Yukio were sweating hard as they continued to run laps with the rest of the warrior squadron. Running ahead of their group were the members of the Brawler Brigade, and trailing behind Slade's pilots were several women who had passed the basic aptitude and physical exams for Vanguard duty. Both girls had to admit that the men from Tarak were in very good shape. In fact, this was their 35th lap around the 400-meter track, and not one of them was out of breath or had slowed in his pace. They were all in the training facility on one of the Sentinel satellites. The men were dressed in plain black shorts, white t-shirts and simple running shoes. The women were clad in a variety of exercise clothes, which ranged from shorts, tank tops, long skirts, leotards and designer sweatsuits and footwear, though some were ill-suited for intense workouts and were more for show than practical. Some girls did not want to ruin their nice clothes with sweat and lagged far behind the rest of the trainees. Only the Vanguard pilots from the Nirvana were conservatively dressed in modest but functional workout bodysuits and running shoes. When it was decided to merge the military personnel of both the female and male planets, Slade's warrior squadron was paired up with the elite of the Vanguard fighters, along with several dozen new female recruits. The idea was for them to train together and exchange tactics and technology for the eventual Radam invasion. And for those women who still clung to the belief that men were inferior, they soon learned that what the males lacked in elegance and grace, they more than made up for it in brute force and drive. The Megele officers also found out that living with the comforts of technology had its downside as they started to struggle and strain to keep up with them. At the starting point/finish line, Tekkaman aka Old Gun nodded as he watched his team and the girls from the pirate vessel maintain a good pace. In his hand was a stopwatch, and beside him was an aide with short, blonde hair, standing next to a table with several plastic cups and two pitchers. One was colored white, while the other was black. He looked back down at the time on the watch and nodded again. He had to admit that Slade had done a decent job in training those girls in strength and endurance. On Tarak, they would be considered as passable rookies in the Vanguard fleet. And for the old gun to give even that much praise said a lot, considering his harsh and sometimes insane training methods. And speaking of which, the old gun decided to give the stragglers some incentive to pick up their pace. As the first of the Brawler Brigade rounded the last corner of the track, he called out to the runners, "All right, time for a water break. Don't slow down, and drink as you go." There were cheers from several of the runners as they came up to the table where the aide handed out small cups of refreshment. As each person passed by him, he or she would down the entire contents of the cup while still running, then drop the empty container into a nearby bin as he or she continued down the track. However, just as the warrior squadron passed by and had gotten their drinks, Tekkadread gave a nod to his aide. The young man gulped as he put down the white pitcher he was pouring from and switched to the black-colored one. When the one of the slowest of the recruits reached him, he poured out not water, but a green-colored liquid. When the young woman, a corporal with short black hair, took a sip, she immediately made a retching noise and fell to her knees. The three girls behind her also dropped to the floor in agony. Yuck! What is that stuff? Great Grandma! My mouth is on fire! UGH! I've been poisoned. The other runners stopped when they heard the screams, then looked at full zone. The grizzled veteran smirked as he proudly held up a cup filled with that same questionable liquid. His expression became devilish as he explained what was going on. From now on, anybody who doesn't complete a lap within 60 seconds will drink this. He started to pour some of it onto the floor, and several people noticed that the liquid was quick, thick, and it had an odd sheen to it. He then drank the rest of the cup's contents with gusto, wiping his mouth with free hand afterwards. Nothing like one of my special mixes to get you going. At that moment, the entire Brawler Brigade let off a collective gasp of horror, then starting running at a frantic pace. Oh no. He's made one of his specials again. I'm not drinking that sludge. I still can't get the taste out my mouth from the last time. Out of my way. The warrior squadron also got the message and started to run harder. The girls behind them who had not gotten a taste of Icar's concoction began to speed up as well. Yukio and Jusenkyo led their team closer to the Fireheart's Vandread pilots. When they were running side by side with a slender, blue-haired man, they began to ask him questions. What's this all about? Yukio the 17th asked. The young man, who was named Jusenkyo and happened to be the Brawler Brigade's medic, nodded as he tried to pick up his pace. It's one of the ways old Gun gets us to train harder. I wouldn't slow down if I were you. What is in that drink? Jusenkyo inquired. I don't know and I don't want to know. Jin said as he pulled ahead of them slightly. That stuff always defies the chemical analyzer in the sick bay. As far as I know, only old Gun is able to drink it and he's always making new concoctions. Last time we used that stuff to fuel the Vanguards. You've got to be kidding. Yukio exclaimed. Do I look like I'm kidding? The young medic exclaimed as he put on a burst of speed and pulled ahead of them to rejoin his teammates. Back at the starting line, old Gun smiled as all the runners increased their paces. The longer they ran, the more victims you would have got a few laps later. Yuck! It's so spicy. I'm not feeling well. And I thought those pills tasted terrible. How can that old man drink that stuff without throwing up? At this point, just about all the new female recruits had gotten a taste of Icar's special drink and were sprawled on the floor. The only ones that were still running and making the 60-second time limit were the members of Old Gun's unit and Slade's warrior squadron. By this time, they were on lap number 50. As they ran, the girls had gotten to know some facts about the members of the Brawler Brigade. They had to admit that they were a somewhat odd bunch. Running near the head of his group was the Brawler Brigade's second-in-command, Sergeant Jusenkyo. He had been previously a captain and had a promising military career. That is, until he refused to follow an order to abandon his unit during a botched covert operation. Instead he risked his life to save his fellow soldiers and still completed the mission objective. However, His disobedience had ruffled the feathers of some of the more pompous and self-serving members of the higher brass. In order to save face, they had him demoted and sent to serve on a lowly refuse freighter. He would have been doomed to remain at his dead-end position until Jusenkyo and Old Gun found him and recruited him to serve on the Fire Heart. Running slightly behind Tamar was the Brawler Brigade's demolitions and explosive expert, Corporal Zitfinner. He had sandy red hair, was about an inch shorter than Sosek, though his build was similar to his superior. What set him apart from his teammates was that he was a former arsonist and bomber. He was a master at making things explode, even with the most mundane and ordinary of objects. Jensen had found him serving time at one of the more hardcore prisons, but was impressed with his ingenuity at making and disarming bombs and how to use them to maximum effect. In fact, his Vanguard was loaded with various explosives and all kinds of ordnance. His squadron knew that if Finner ever fell in battle, it was for certain that he would go out in one massive blast. That was the main reason why he was given the nickname Boomer. Running behind him was the man who had talked to Yukio and Shanpu. Jusenkyo was a skilled medic and a dedicated pacifist. He didn't believe in fighting, period. In fact, he refused to arm his Vanguard with any kind of offensive weapons whatsoever. Many thought that he was some kind of oddball to choose to be assigned to the most battle-hardened mega squadron in the Tarak space fleet. However, those who truly knew him were well aware of his hidden strengths, and his comrades in the brawlers were thankful that he was always looking out for their safety and health. Another notable member of Old Gun's unit was a man named Kurlisak. He was a meek-looking individual with short blonde hair and wiry build. He was a somewhat shy individual who appeared to be always unsure and nervous. However, that all changed when it was discovered that he had outstanding piloting skills and his personality did a complete 180-degree turn. Once he was in a Vanguard, he became a completely different person, like Jekyll and Hyde, and any enemy that appeared in front of his gun sights was blown to pieces before he knew what hit him. He becomes more aggressive and his teammates normally give him a wide berth when in battle. The psychiatrists in the Tarak military called him a schizophrenic, and labeled him as unfit for combat duty, for fear of endangering fellow soldiers while engaging the enemy. However, this did not stop Old Gun or Jensen from recognizing his innate talents and immediately signed him on. As the remaining runners completed another lap, the Old Gun decided to give them an incentive to give it their all. He took the black pitcher from his aide and called out to them, "This is the final lap. The last person to cross the finish line drinks the rest of this." The members of both the Warrior Squadron and the Brawler Brigade took one look at the pitcher and everyone made a mad dash around the track to keep from finishing last. Everyone started pushing and shoving to try and get ahead. As they neared the finish line, they were so tightly bunched together that it would only take a single misstep to cause all the runners to trip up. By a miracle, everyone managed to cross the finish line at the same time. After completing the run, they all dropped to the floor in complete exhaustion, especially the women. Old Gun smirked. "Works every time." Both Yukio and Shanpu were sprawled on the floor as they panted heavily. The two girls were drenched in sweat after completing what was equivalent to sprinting through a 10-kilometer run multiple times. And Huff thought we used Slade's training pulse sessions were tough. The Amazon pilot remarked as she tried to pick herself up. All right you SCUMVGs. Old Gun bellowed. Get your butts off the floor. We're gonna do the executioner course today. Anybody who's not on his or her feet in 2 seconds, I'm gonna shove my special mitts down their throats and make them do push-ups until they puke. The two leaped as they found the strength to stand up in an instant. The warrior squadron were not the only women who were getting a harsh lesson on the ways of Tarak. The females that had been assigned to the Fire Heart were getting first-hand experience on the Spartan lifestyle of the men, and many came to realize just how much of the simplest of necessities were wasted on Megele, due to their less conservative manner of living. The quartermaster section, request denied. The officer said as he looked at the girl, after she had asked for an extra roll of toilet paper. What do you mean? I really need an extra roll. I only have about half a roll left. Sonia pleaded. I said request denied. The officer maintained. All crew members were already given their regular allotment for this renewal period. Are you telling me that you used up nearly 2 rolls of toilet paper in 1 week? Sonia's cheeks reddened as she didn't want to tell him as to the reason why she had used up so much of it in such a short amount of time. The rolls were small and didn't hold as many sheets as she'd prefer. Unlike the men, females had certain other bodily functions to take care of, and she had to use up a good amount of the precious material. Furthermore, considering that she had grown up using a bidet, she was unused to cleaning off her backside with her hands, and had used more than the recommended 3 squares per day, a lot more. However, as much as she needed another roll, the officer remained firm and denied her request. After another 5 minutes of arguing, Sonia left the quartermaster section in a huff and walked back toward her room. As she silently brooded, she passed by a certain officer's quarters. Hey! Sonia stopped when she heard the voice and turned toward the person who had called out to her. Her scowl became a bit more pronounced as she recognized Cardin Zimmer as he leaned against the side of the doorway to his living space. His arms were casually folded across his chest and he had a bit of a whimsical expression on his face. What? The agitated female asked as she was in a very sour mood. Cardin shrugged his shoulders and said in a matter-of-factly tone, I'm guessing that Sergeant Kutzer said no about giving you more toilet paper, right? He's a real miser when it comes to resupplying our necessities. I told you not to use more than 3 or 4 squares a day. What would you? No. She immediately stopped herself from saying something embarrassing. That's none of your business. The man gave her a smug expression then held up a hand, motioning her to wait. He went into his quarters and walked over to his closet. A few moments later, 2 white, cylindrical objects came flying out his doorway toward her. Here. Catch. Sonia was almost hit in the face as she barely managed to catch the 2 rolls of toilet paper. She looked at the unexpected gifts, and gave the returning officer a confused stare. Carden went back to leaning against his doorway. That should hold you until the next resupply period. I don't need your charity. Sonia said in anger and was about to throw the 2 rolls back at his face. Who said anything about charity? Carden remarked. I expect you to pay me back for those 2 rolls, with interest. Of course, considering that I've got more than 50 rolls myself, I don't really need to be paid back. What? Carden gestured for the confused female to follow him into his quarters. Like all men of Tarak, his room was simple and utilitarian, with very little personal effects. He then opened his closet, and above his spare uniforms and other clothing was an upper shelf that was loaded with rolls of toilet paper. There was enough to last him for years without being resupplied. Sonia stared at the shelf in silence, then looked down at the 2 rolls in her hands. Then her temper started to flare again as she jumped to a conclusion. So that's it. The men get all the supplies while the women are given next to nothing. The tall man gave her a glare, immediately silencing her. Then he sighed as he explained. You don't get it, do you? Let me set things straight for you. The reason why I got so much is because I know how to save and stretch things. What you're seeing here is the result of 3 years of being thrifty. Just about every man on Tarak has to learn not to use more than necessary because there isn't too much to go around. Go to any man's quarters and you'll find the same thing, like extra rolls, some buckets of water for emergencies, hidden pill rations, spare towels, etc. Whatever we don't use, we hoard. Little by little, it adds up, and even though we're supplied on a regular basis, we always keep whatever's left over, in case of shortages, or when one of our crewmates need it, like you. Sonia was taken aback by these words and became speechless. So he wasn't just giving away the rolls to be condescending. Carden nodded at her reaction and continued. From what I heard, people on Megele don't save much and waste a lot of energy and stuff for really stupid reasons. I heard that the captain of the Nirvana lost her home because some idiots drained her apartment's power for something useless. On Tarak, we would have thrown people like that into prison for wasting that much energy. Really? That's right. If you want some extra water rations, go to the engineering section. Those guys always have a few extra gallons they can spare. If you need more toothpaste or soap, then try the weapons department. The mess hall is the best place to get spare cleaning supplies and rags. You want more food? Go to the navigation section. I'm pretty sure those guys won't mind parting with a few ration packs. How do you know all this? Everybody on the Fireheart knows this, even that miser in the quartermaster section. Captain Dar set this system up so that none of the crew ever goes without the necessities. That quartermaster sergeant is stingy for a reason. He knows that anyone can get spare supplies from the other crew members, so he doesn't have to keep on giving out whatever limited stores he has. That way, we'll always have an extra store of necessities. We look to our own on this ship, and you'd best learn to save more and spend less. Double quote the captain's office. You set up this system? Ikazuchi asked. She had been going over some initial plans on how to deal with the impending Radam offensive. She, like Sonia, had learned of the mutual sharing of necessities and supplies between crew members. Jensen nodded as he looked over a proposed flight pattern to be used against the spider crabs. Early on, I found out that the upper brass were too slow and full of themselves to provide our ships and crews with even the minimum amounts of food and supplies. So I encouraged my men to save and store whatever food and materials that they can and promoted sharing among the crew. Not only does it ease up demands on the quartermaster section, but it also promotes trust and cooperation among the crew members. And so far, it's been working, and the Fireheart is among the most efficiently run vessels in the fleet. I have to admit that is very ingenious. Ika said with a bit of admiration in her tone, though she didn't want to admit such a thing about a man. I imagine this system would keep costs down. That's right. Our ship may not be as pretty as those from Megele, but we don't care much about looks, and competing against each other for some frivolous reason only wastes resources on both sides. Ika felt a bit of twinge of anger at the implied statement, but she couldn't help but agree that the people on Megele had been generally very wasteful with their resources. If they hadn't squandered so much, then perhaps they could have lasted longer against the Radam. And the more she thought about it, the more she had to admit that the men of Tarak knew how to make the most of what little they had. It seemed that the lack of technology and the comforts it afforded had made the males more sensible and efficient. However, this bare-bones, no-nonsense approach to running things also left next to nothing for pleasure. For the men, it was work, work, and work with very little time spared for recreation. Granted, she had only been on the Fireheart for a week and had never been down on the planet and visited one of their cities, but she couldn't imagine going through life without having some kind of fun. It was as if the men dwelled away from the time they were born to the time they took their final breaths. She had heard that the citizens of Tarak did engage in the occasional celebration, but even they themselves admitted that such events weren't considered as enjoyable. To live an efficient but dreary life, or waste precious resources while enjoying oneself. Ika began to wonder if there was some level in which one could find a balance between the two. Or was it even possible to find such a life on the world called Tarak? On the planet's surface, Barnett and Perfect looked around in awe as they rode in a transport with Tuero. The vehicle was box-like and was approximately the size of a 20th century compact car. However, instead of moving about on wheels, the machine actually rode on an anti-gravity field and traveled at a height of 36 inches above the ground. Iron thrusters in the rear provided forward momentum, while directional manipulators on the sides and front handled turning and stopping. The top was down and the two females took in the sights and sounds of one of the larger cities on the all-male world. Like all the other population centers, the city was built within one of the many huge crevasses that dotted the surface of the planet. Since water, minerals and several cures tended to be found in large quantities within them, it made sense for the men to build their cities near these resources. Furthermore, their locations also afforded natural protection against the elements, such as violent windstorms and the harsh rays of the Tarak sun. The two women from the Nirvana were quite amazed at how different Tarak was in comparison to the Megele. They were used to seeing gleaming towers, bright colors, and displays. The city they were seeing now was rougher and more harsh-looking. There were no gardens or parks. In fact, everything they saw seemed to be geared toward one theme: industry. Just about everywhere they looked there were factories and assembly plants. They were of course utility, waste management, commercial goods, financial and food production facilities, but the majority of those industrial units were centered on building weapons and space vessels. At this point, it was a good thing, since the planet was on full-scale military production in preparation for the inevitable Radam assault that would occur in less than a month. Poirot had given the girls a short tour of one of the facilities and Parfait had to give men credit. When it came to mass production, they knew how to churn things out in a hurry. There was barely any waste at all and their efficiency put even Gascogne's support team to shame. As they drove toward the outer limits of the city, Poirot thought back to the reason why he was heading out into the untamed Tarak wilderness. Flashback: the Nirvana's physician stood in front of the desk of a high-ranking official and his aide. The doctor noted the man's rank to be that of a colonel and mentally hoped that he wouldn't try to coerce him into fighting against the women due to his power as a Tekkaman. Fortunately, that was not the case, as the officer told him of the reason why he had sent for him. Poirot blinked in surprise after being informed. "Let me see if I understand correctly. You want me to go out into the Badlands and find him?" The colonel nodded as he handed Poirot a folder with some files. "That's right. You would be the most logical person to ask to locate that man. We've sent some of our best operatives, but we haven't been able to contact him or even determine his current whereabouts since he left the service 3 years ago. There's a reason why he quit the military." Poirot stressed. "Yes, we're well aware of his current disposition toward the military and we have everything on file. However, we desperately need him. There are no others who could match his skills and expertise. With the coming war with the Radam, we will require experts in sniping, guerrilla tactics and survival techniques. He was the best in those fields and would be the ideal instructor. Even though we are strengthening our orbital defenses and space fleets, we expect some very intense ground warfare and we need to prepare." Poirot nodded in agreement at the assessment, then said, "Assuming if, and I mean if I do find him, there's no guarantee that he'll agree to come back, even with me asking him. I haven't seen him in well over 2 years, including the time I spent on the Nirvana. We had no other option. We need him to train new recruits and lead some of our ground forces. I will personally guarantee a full upgrade to first-class citizenship for him. You should know that he doesn't care for that. The only reason why he trained me to undergo the spirit trial was for my well-being. Still, Grandpa himself has promised to give him a full pardon for all of his past violations. You will bring him back? Is this a direct order? No. This is not an order. This is a personal favor being asked by Grandpa. I see. We're allowed a debt to Grandpa, due to his orders to his commanders to leave the good doctor alone and not try to turn him into a weapon against the Megele military. Very well. I will try to find him and convince him that his cooperation is required to defeat the Radam. However, I make no promises as to whether he will agree. Nor do I make any guarantees that he will remain with the military after the war. Fair enough. May Grandpa watch over you on your journey. End of flashback. So where are we going? Barnet's question brought Poirot's thoughts out of his reverie as he looked over his shoulder and answered her. We're heading out into a place called the Badlands. It's a very unpleasant and hostile area and you two don't have to come with me. It's okay. We don't mind. Perfect said. It's not too dangerous, is it? I don't expect any trouble. Then it's alright. So why are you going to a place like that? I'd have to find someone. Who? Barnet inquired. Kenson McFile. My prime, or in Megele terms he was my Oma. In other words my father. Sometime later the small hover transport was gliding easily over the hot, sandy and rocky landscape as it ventured further out in the Tarak wilderness. Even though they were protected by the roof of the vehicle and cooled by its air conditioning system, the two females were awestruck by the heat and desolation of their surroundings. This was nothing like the lush green hills and forests of Megele before the Radam invasion. There were numerous formations of stone and very little vegetation. After having lived in crowded areas nearly all their lives, being in such open spaces was unknown to them. For as far as they could see, the untamed land stretched out before them in all of its near-barren glory. Another hour later, Poirot stopped the vehicle in front of an odd-shaped mesa. As the three disembarked, the good doctor motioned for them to follow him toward the face of what appeared to be a solid wall of rock. As they exposed themselves to the hot, dry heat of the planet, both women were thankful of the sunblock they were wearing. Though the Tarak lotion was foul-smelling, it did its job of warding off a good amount of the sun's heat and rays, and kept them from getting sunburned. Both were also provided with thick-soled boots that were sized for their smaller feet, protecting them from the planet's scorching surface. Barnet was especially familiar with such precautions, ever since her experience from that other desert world. Follow me, Poirot said as he walked toward the mesa wall. Barnet was about to ask why he was walking into a wall, when he suddenly vanished from sight. Perfect took out a handheld scanner and adjusted its instruments. She let off a low whistle. Wow! A holographic camouflage screen with a false energy emitter. I wouldn't have caught it with a regular scan. So the wall's not real? No. There's a tunnel, but no door. Then again, why bother having a door to an entrance that you'll never find? The taller brunette nodded as she stepped through the illusion and into a large, well-lit tunnel. She was closely followed by Perfect. Not seeing Twirl anywhere, they assumed that he had gone ahead. They quickly made their way down the long corridor until they spotted a light at the end. When they came to it, they entered a large room which had various storage lockers and other containment vessels. At the center of the room was Twirl, who was currently studying a computer interface screen that was built into a large table. "Twirl?" Perfect asked as she and Barnett approached him. Without facing them, the physician acknowledged their presence with a nod and motioned them to join him. When they came up to the table, they saw a large map of the surrounding area being displayed and some data readouts appearing at the bottom of the screen. However, both girls showed looks of confusion since neither one could understand Tarak's. "Darn it. I left my interpret code on the Nirvana." Perfect swore snapped her fingers as she had neglected to consider taking the device with her when she decided to go with Twirl to his home planet. Twirl noted their puzzlement and explained while still keeping his eyes on the screen. "It's all right. I doubt even the best cryptologists on Tarak could decipher this script. It's not Tarak's, but an ancient language that my father discovered that had its origins on old Earth. It's also been encoded in 3 different numerical patterns. The only people who could read this are himself and me. He taught it to me when I was 6. According to these records, my prime had replenished this secret supply station 4 months ago, though he hasn't been here since then." "Supply station?" Barnett asked. "That's right. My prime, Kenson McFile, believed in always being prepared, and he had set up several hidden stockpiles of food, water, weapons, and other supplies in key areas in the Badlands. I was hoping he'd be here or had left a clue as to his whereabouts, but it looks like we're still going to have to keep on searching." The physician turned off the monitor, then walked over to one of the storage lockers. Punching in a code on the door's keypad, he opened it up, reached inside and pulled out a familiar-looking weapon to Barnett. "A Gladiator Mark II assault rifle?" The healer nodded as he took out 2 more of the weapons, along with several bandoliers of ammo packs. He also opened up 2 more lockers and began rummaging about for water bottles, food packs, medical supplies and other necessities. "What are you doing?" Perfect asked. Twirl stopped for a minute and replied, "My prime isn't here and my guess is that he's out further into the Badlands. That's very dangerous Shuri territory." "What?" Barnett exclaimed. She still had some traumatic memories about being nearly devoured by those giant sandworms on that desert world Saber had trapped them on. She had no desire to go up against Tarak's versions of those horrors. Twirl had described them as larger and fiercer, which made her shudder just imagining about them. "What's a Shuri?" Perfect asked innocently. Twirl handed her one of the heavy rifles as he answered. "Something that I hope we don't encounter, but we'd best be prepared. I have an idea as to where my father might be." "You do?" Barnett asked as she hefted the rifle and checked its magazine. Poirot nodded as he finished raiding the supply lockers. It's about that time, I think. He always goes there to commemorate the anniversary, and he always takes the same path. If we go there, we're certain to meet up with him. Where? The good doctor's face took on a solemn expression. Grandpa's Pass. Isn't that the place that you had to go to during your spirit trial? That's right. Oh, my father never showed it on the outside. He was always very proud of the fact that I completed it in less time than all the other candidates. I still hold the record of 4 days, 9 hours and 53 minutes. Spirit trial. By this time, Parfait was both puzzled and annoyed that Poirot and Barnett shared some knowledge between them and she did not. Poirot motioned for the pair to follow as he hefted 2 large packs full of supplies and ammunition. I'll tell you about it on the way. Right now, we have to get going. Knowing my father, he's probably halfway there. Double quote. Another hour later, you traveled all this way on foot, and you were only 7 years old. Parfait's eyes widened in amazement after Poirot related the story of his spirit trial to her. Poirot nodded as he continued to drive the transport across the planet's desolate surface. That's right. It took me over 4 days to cross 100 miles. And let me tell you, it was the hardest thing I had ever done, and it wasn't just the Shuri and the Sandstalkers. There were other obstacles, and his voice trailed off as he saw a small formation of rock in the distance and off to the right. He immediately turned the vehicle toward it and accelerated. Both girls were puzzled at the sudden silence and change in direction. They had assumed that they were going directly to Grandpa's Pass to meet up with Poirot's father. When they arrived at the formation, Poirot immediately got out and walked toward a recess on one side of it. He knelt down in front of what looked like the remains of a campfire. Reaching down, he picked up a small amount of ashes and tested the consistency between his fingers. The 2 females walked up behind him. This fire was put out recently. I'd say 4, maybe 5 hours ago. He commented as he assessed the surrounding area. Your father was here? Parfait asked. Definitely. He confirmed as he stood up, then gestured to a small mark in the side of the rock formation. See that? I made that mark years ago during my spirit trial when I came to this place. My prime is following my route to Grandpa's Pass exactly, and I recognize the pattern he arranged his campfire with. It's the exact same one he taught to me. Which means, he's not too far off, and Poirot stopped in his explanation as he noticed someone approaching them. Barnett and Parfait also turned to meet the newcomer and were surprised to see that it was a child. The boy looked to be about 6 or 7. He was dressed in a brown tunic with matching leggings and boots. Slung over his shoulder was a small pack, and in one hand was a walking stick. His dark hair was tied back in a small ponytail. He was quite dirty and his clothes were tattered and worn. Poirot estimated that the child had been spending a long time out in the desert. The boy looked up at the good doctor with curious brown eyes, then looked over to his companions. His expression took on a confused look as he addressed Tuero. Who are you? Are you here to help me on my spirit trial? You can't help me, you know. I got to do this all by myself. Tuero nodded. Yes, I'm quite aware of that. I did my spirit trial when I was your age. You're quite the young man to have made it this far. How long have you been out here? About 5 days. What's your name, son? My name's Kenan Corton. He pointed at the two women. Who are they? They're really funny-looking men. We're not men. Perfect said. We're women. Women. Kenan said in shock and took on a scared look. He started backing away while holding out his stick in defense. Stay away. Women are monsters. He immediately turned about and began running away. Kenan. Wait. Tuero called out as he started to run after him. His compatriots followed. Nice going. Perfect. You just had to scare him like that. Barren chided her rival for Tuero's affections. I'm sorry. I didn't think he'd run off. He's a boy that's been raised to believe that women are monsters that suck out men's innards. He hasn't been taught anything else, and he probably doesn't know that women now live with the men, since he's been out in the desert for days. Of course he'd be scared of us. The three chased after the boy across a very wide, sandy area. Tuero immediately recognized some telltale sand dunes and cried out to the child. Kenan. Wait. Don't go there. That's Shelari. The sand in front of the boy's path suddenly exploded as a huge and ominous form burst upwards. Kenan stopped and tried to backpedal, but he tripped and fell backward. Towering above him was Tarak's most lethal predator. The Shuri was gigantic, even by Tarak standards. The beast measured at least 50 feet in length, and it had massive, armored plates around its head and upper body. Beady eyes locked onto the tender morsel in front of it. Its mandibles were like wicked eyes, and its jaws dripped with saliva and acid as it prepared to lunge at its diminutive prey. Kenan screamed as he knew that this was the end. At this point, a certain someone made a crystal appear in his hand as he shouted out, Tekkadread. Tuero was engulfed in a flash of light as his body became encased in near impenetrable armor. In less than a heartbeat, Tekkaman Razor was between the Shuri and its prey. The boy looked up in awe as the armored warrior faced off against the most vicious beast on the planet. The sandworm let off a howl as it lunged forward toward what appeared to be larger prey. However, to its surprise, the Tekkaman stood his ground and braced for impact. The worm's mandibles opened wide, intent on cutting Tuero in two. The doctor in armor held out his arms and caught both mandibles in his hands, preventing them from closing. His superhuman strength was far more than the Shuri expected. Unable to crush its intended victim in its jaws, it instead spewed out a torrent of acid from its mouth. The caustic liquid splashed heavily on Razor's chest and helmet, but the armor was far more durable than most starship hulls. The acid had no effect as it ran off the surface and dripped down to the ground, making hissing noises and wisps of smoke as it burned through the sand. Poirot gritted his teeth behind his helmet as he continued to hold the creature at bay. With the boy frozen in fright behind him, he couldn't finish off the shuri without harm befalling the lad. Fortunately for him, Barnet and Parfait gave him the chance as they quickly grabbed the child up and carried him off to safety. Once they were a safe distance away, they called out to him. "He's all right now, Razor," Barnet shouted. "Let him have it," Parfait said. Razor nodded as he looked back up at his opponent. With his hands holding open the beast's jaws, he couldn't engage his tackle weapons, so he would have finished it off another way. "As much as I prefer not to use brute force," Tekkaman Razor let off a growl as he exerted even more of his power. The shuri desperately tried to pull away as the pressure increased, but then Barnet, Parfait and Kenan watched in awe and shock as Tekkaman Razor tore the shuri's head in half. The massive skull exploded in a mass of brain tissue, bone, muscle and fluids. More acid splashed all over the doctor as the worm's acid sacs burst apart. However, this made no difference to him as his armor easily withstood the dousing of the shuri's innards. The large, headless body toppled to the ground with a thunderous crash, causing sand and dirt clouds to spread across the barren landscape. When the clouds settled, and silence returned, Tekkaman Razor simply turned around and walked toward the two women and the still frightened boy who had just witnessed one man destroy the deadliest predator on Tarak with ease. Later, sitting by a campfire, "It's all your fault," Kenan said in anger. After lengthy explanations had been made and the shock of seeing a Tekkaman for the first time had worn off, the young boy had become very upset when he realized that Poirot and the others had interfered in his spirit trial. "We were only trying to help," Parfait began, only to be cut off. "You weren't supposed to. Now I'll never become a first-class citizen." Poirot tried to reach out to the boy to reassure him, but Kenan would have none of it and refused to let him come near him. The doctor let off a tired sigh, then said, "We didn't mean to interfere with your spirit trial, but we couldn't just stand there and let you get devoured by that shuri. Then you should have let it eat me." The boy snapped back. "It would have been better than having to go back and tell the judges that I failed because I was helped by women." Both Parfait and Barnet winced at the boy's stinging remarks, though they really couldn't blame him. A year ago, they would have had the same attitude toward men. They had been taught since childhood to hate the opposite gender, and it seemed that it was identical on Tarak. However, now that both sexes were united against the Radam, they wanted to try to get along with the men of Tarak. After all, both were attracted to one. Although I understand why you want to become a first-class citizen, it's better to have failed than to lose your life," Barnet said. "You don't know anything," Kenan shot back. "First class is the best and you ruined my only chance." "Well, perhaps not," Poirot said. I'm certain we can persuade them that our interference was only accidental. If we were to speak to the judges and your prime and second, I don't have a prime or second. The boy sobbed as tears started to well up in his eyes. Poirot and the females became surprised at his admission. You don't have a prime or second? I thought your family name was Corton. It's not. The boy said sadly, then sighed as he decided that it didn't matter anymore. It's just a name I took off the planetary registry, along with the false records I provided to the Spirit Trial Center. They wouldn't let an orphan go out on his own, so I bribed a couple of third-class workers to pose as my father's. It cost me all the food pellets I had saved, and now I don't have anything left. You're an orphan? Parfait asked. Did your parents die? I don't know who my prime and second are. No one came to claim me at the factory when I was born. The records of the people who made me were lost. I only knew of the name I was given when I was sent to be raised at the orphanage. It was Kenan. Both women shuddered. They were familiar with the way Tarak men reproduced and didn't like the idea of growing up without the warmth of a mother's arms. So I take it you left the orphanage? Poirot surmised. Yeah. The head of the orphanage was some really bad man who used to beat me and stuff. One night, when I was 5, I slipped out of there, and since then, I've been on my own. I thought that if I could become a first-class citizen, I could get a better life, but now that's over with. There was a long silence as Poirot considered the lad. Then he placed a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder and smiled. Kenan, it's not over yet. According to the rules of the spirit trial, the candidate must get to Grandpa's pass on his own, and you can still do that. As far as anyone is concerned, you are still eligible to become a first-class citizen. No one else knows what happened here except for myself and my 2 friends, and no one is going to tell. He turned to his companions. Right? Barnett and Parfait both nodded. With this, the boy smiled as he began to consider that women weren't the monsters he had believed. Poirot smiled as he, Barnett and Parfait watched Kenan walk toward the horizon. In a little while, he was out of sight and well on his way to Grandpa's pass. Will he be all right by himself? Barnett asked. Poirot nodded. He should be fine. He's following the same route I did, and as long as he sticks to that trail, he shouldn't have any problems. I estimate that he'll reach the goal in about a day or so. Besides, all candidates are given a homing device to use in case they cannot make it to Grandpa's pass. Speaking of which, shouldn't we get there as well? Parfait said. In a while. The Tarak doctor said as he headed toward the decapitated body of the Shuri he had killed. First, I have to take care of something. What? Both women asked simultaneously. It was then that a low growl was heard from Poirot's stomach. The physician blushed a bit as he explained. Even though I was a Tekkaman for only a short while, I still burned up a great deal of calories. I had not had lunch nor breakfast. I'm quite hungry. He gestured to the Shuri carcass, and there is no sense in letting that go to waste. Both females became very nauseous at that moment. Some time later the fire roared even higher as a large piece of shuri meat was being roasted. Sitting on a small boulder, Puero had a simple metal plate in his lap, with a knife and fork in his hands. He was busy enjoying Tarak's version of Barnet's filet mignon. It was his fourth helping as he devoured the shuri steaks he had prepared for himself and his companions. After dragging the sandworm's body completely onto the surface, he efficiently cut off a large section of its flank and prepared it on a makeshift spit, using some supplies he had in the hover transport. 15 minutes later, the surrounding air was heavy with the smell of roasting meat and pungent Tarak spices. Though very rare to come by, the men of Tarak did enjoy to season their food once in a while. Barnet and Perfect watched in amazement as Tuero continued to eat the very thing that had tried to eat him. They were also somewhat squeamish about eating something that was so hideous and dangerous. Their plates were still in their hands, the food uneven. Tuero stopped eating to look up at his companions and touched meals. He smiled and said, "Go ahead, enjoy. As I recall, you two haven't eaten either. Aren't you hungry? Is the food not to your liking?" Perfect gulped as she shook her head. "Oh no. It's fine. It's just that I'm not really hungry." It was then that her stomach growled in protest. Perfect chuckled nervously, then looked back down at her plate. Barnet also considered the meal in her hands. She too was feeling hungry and it seemed to be all right. She was still hesitant to sample it, though the smell was quite tempting. If she didn't know where the meat came from, she would have taken a bite. Tuero understood their reluctance, then addressed Barnet. McFile Survival Rule Number 4. Huh? Perfect said in confusion. Barnet pondered Tuero's statement, then nodded as she remembered. Always keep an open mind, right? Tuero nodded. Correct. Are you going to let that meal go to waste? Or would you prefer the pill rations I brought with me? Both females winced as they remembered sampling those dreadful things back on the Nirvana. With that in mind, they picked up their forks and took their first bite of Tarak cuisine. The taller brunette's eyes widened in surprise as the meat's flavor reached her taste buds and she chewed thoughtfully. She then swallowed and smiled at the cook. "You're right. It does taste like pork. You've got to show me the recipe." She then proceeded to consume her meal while still smiling. Perfect was also enjoying her first Tarak meal. In fact, she was enjoying the shuri steaks so much, she didn't notice something crawling about on the ground near her. Tuero, however, did notice and in a flash, threw out his right arm. A streak of silver sped by the bespectacled girl and impacted hard against the creature's body, sending it flying back several feet. This startled Perfect, causing her to drop her plate. She looked toward where the thing had landed and let off a gasp. The desert spider was about the size of a man's fist and it had 8 spiny legs. Its body was covered in what appeared to be spiked scales and it was colored a light tan, which blended well with the desert ground. It had large, curved fangs which looked like miniature, bent hypodermic needles. Its beady eyes, All 7 of them were colored black. It twitched a bit before finally expiring. Embedded in its body was the knife Dwaro had been eating with. This caused Parfait to faint. As Barnett set down her plate and went to check on her, Dwaro walked over to where the dead spider lay. "Is that a sandstalker?" Barnett asked in a trembling voice. She still remembered her near-fatal encounter with a venomous spider. Dwaro nodded. "Yes, that's a sandstalker." He paused for a long while, then remarked, "We can have it for dessert." Barnett then fainted alongside her companion Bob. Meanwhile, on the nearby Slade walked down the corridor toward Jura's quarters and wondered why the former Dread pilot had insisted to see him. She had promised to show him something that he would like, and that only made him shiver at the thought. Though she had promised not to show any displays of affection toward him during the Tarak/Megele cruise, the white Tekkaman still felt very nervous about the whole thing. Now it was true that he was attracted to her, and under different circumstances, he just might have considered. Slade shook his head in denial. The threat of the Radam took precedence over anything and everything. With that, he made up his mind to tell her just that. Though a large part of him didn't want to, he had to make Jura understand that they needed to be focused on stopping the Radam. This was not the time to be thinking of anything else. However, when he got to her quarters and the door opened for him, what he saw made him forget about the Radam completely. Ever since he had first met the blonde girl, it had been a well-known fact that she constantly strove for elegance, and what she presented at that moment came very close to the epitome of its definition. Jura was clothed not in her usual, revealing dress with the plunging neckline, but in an emerald green, silk robe with flaring sleeves. Belted at her waist was a very wide, red band that was tied at the back in a large bow. Her kimono had white cherry blossom petals etched in the fabric near the sleeves and upper body areas. However, the top of her outfit was strained as it was just barely able to contain her generous bosom. Her hair was done up in a modest top-knot style held by a pair of decorative, long pins. Much of her tresses flowed down her back. She was currently barefoot. She was currently in a seize-a-tree position on a series of large, straw mats in the center of her room. Small sticks of fragrant incense burned in ceremonial urns, giving off thin wisps of smoke, which were sucked up slowly by the ventilation system so that the atmosphere would not be ruined, but the smell would not be overpowering. In front of her were various utensils, pots and drinking vessels which stirred up faint memories in Slade. He seemed to recall something like this during his childhood, and for a brief moment, he saw an image of the young Nodo Kasuto kneeling in the same place where Jura was. Then his eyes widened as he realized what Jura was presenting to him. She was about to perform the traditional tea ceremony for him. In her mind, Jura went over what Nodoka had taught her about the tea ceremony and its significance. When the aged woman demonstrated it, Jura could only marvel at how refined the captain looked and pleaded with her for training. She wanted to impress Slade and show him that she could be mature and wasn't just another dumb blonde. She was certain that this display would prove that she was worthy to be the mother of his children. Jura had spent the week practicing each and every movement. Slade's mother praised her on how quickly she learned and how well versed she was with etiquette. After finishing with her instruction, she then set up the perfect scenarios so that Slade would be at ease when she performed the ceremony. She smiled as she placed both of her hands in front of her, with fingertips pointed forward and the index fingers touching. She gave him a solemn bow as she silently bid him to enter, sat up and waited. As she remained slightly bent over, the front of her kimono began to part, giving her intended a very interesting view. The white Tekkaman gulped hard at the sight, but then was at a loss of what to do. The tea ceremony had not been done for centuries, and yet, this was quite a change from what he had been expecting. He had assumed that Juro would suddenly jump at him the moment he opened the door and try to get him to do well, you know. However, she was being amicable and well-behaved. She had gone through the trouble to set this up, just for him. It would be disrespectful for him not to appreciate her efforts. With that in mind, he gave her a nod and smiled warmly. As he was about to step inside, he remembered another thing from his childhood about tatami mats. He stepped back, bent down and took off his boots. Leaving his footwear near the doorway inside her room, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. The door closed silently behind him as he walked over to where Juro was and knelt down opposite to her on the mats. The blonde-haired girl smiled as she began the tea ceremony. Down on Tarak. Both Barnet and Pathet were still a bit unnerved as they continued to ride with Tuero in the hover transport. After watching him roast that sandstalker over the fire, then gobble it up as if he were eating a candy bar, both girls began to see the Tarak pills as more appetizing. Tuero maintained that it would have been wasteful to have killed the spider and not eaten it. However, he understood that it would take time before the women got used to the idea of eating things that didn't come from a clean and sterile grocery store. Those were hard lessons, and unfortunately, there was very little time for them to learn. He decided to table those thoughts for later as he guided the vehicle toward Grandpa's Pass. He had opted to take a more direct route toward their destination rather than follow the original journey he had taken when he was 7. The terrain was rougher and more frequented by Shuri, but as long as he maintained an altitude of 4 feet above the ground at a high speed, with the sound suppressors on, there was very little chance they would attract any of those underground predators. He then gestured toward an area in the distance, and the two women gazed in awe at the enormous stone structures looming before them. Twin pillars stood tall and proud, marking the entrance to a canyon that was known to all on Tarak as Grandpa's Pass. As they entered the canyon, all three were unaware that they were being watched. The lone figure hid behind the shadows of a large boulder in one of the canyon wall's many recesses. He lay in the prone position as he observed the vehicle. In his arms, he cradled a high-powered sniper rifle. He recognized the insignia of the Tarak military on the vehicle's side and frowned. He sighted his intended target, took careful aim and squeezed the trigger. His shots rang out in succession as both bullets flew straight and true toward their targets. The first armor-piercing projectile easily shot off the latch to the engine cowling of the vehicle's left ion thruster, exposing its insides. The second played havoc with the mechanisms within. In an instant, the craft's forward momentum became erratic as the propulsion unit started to sputter. A few seconds later, the other thruster also began to malfunction. Guerrero thought hard at the controls in an attempt to bring the vehicle to a halt. As it careened toward one of the canyon's walls, Barnett and Perfect braced for impact. Fortunately, the emergency systems kicked in and repulsion fields were projected on all sides. At the same time, Guerrero activated the inertial dampers within the hover transport to further protect himself and his passengers. The machine came to a ear-splitting halt just inches from the wall. The doctor immediately shut down all systems and turned around in his seat to check on the status of his companions. Both women nodded to him, signifying that they were no worse for wear. The three quickly vacated from their disabled craft. Barnett looked about for any sign of their attacker, with her Tarak assault rifle held at the ready. Perfect was a bit shaken by the sudden stop and had to be examined by Guerrero for a minute before she assured him that she was all right. He also took up arms alongside Barnett. Long minutes would pass, but no further attacks came. It was then that Guerrero checked out the damaged hover transport. When he opened up the engine cowling, his expression became hardened as he reached in and pulled out a severed wire. The two Megele pirates came up to him as he showed them his discovery. "What happened?" Perfect asked. "Take a look at this," the doctor said as he showed them the wire, then gestured at a hole in the engine. A small stream of green-blue, viscous liquid was leaking out. "We were hit by high-velocity rounds from a sniper rifle. The first one probably opened up the cowling while the second severed the ion relay cable and punctured the capacitance gel reservoir. The bullet also got the redundancy control interface." The bespectacled girl let off a low whistle at the damage. "Whoa." He hit the latch and took out the propulsion and maneuvering systems with just 2 bullets. Barnett was also impressed. He got them all from a distance, while we were moving. "That's not too shabby." Guerrero shook his head as he pointed at the end of the wire. "Actually, it wasn't his best. Look at this wire. The end is frayed. I know from experience that he would never be this sloppy unless he was very upset about something. You don't think it's good shooting to hit that thin wire from a distance with a rifle?" the brunette asked incredulously. Guerrero shook his head again. "Whenever he gets serious about hitting his target, he could pick the eyes off a sandstalker at 500 feet during a heavy sandstorm." "Who?" the 2 females asked simultaneously. The shooter nodded as he sighted the group in his rifle's scope. After firing off his first shots, he had immediately moved to another position. After adjusting the power levels to his weapon, he efficiently took aim and squeezed the trigger again. 2 more shots rang out, this time catching Barnett completely by surprise. The assault rifle she was carrying took a bullet between the magazine and the loading mechanism, causing it to jam and rendering it useless. The second bullet impacted hard against her hip holster, knocking away the ancient Colt 45 she had carried with her when she decided to visit Tarak. "Take cover!" Guero cried out as he pushed his companions toward a nearby recess in the canyon walls. All three pressed their backs hard against the hard surface. Their adrenaline levels became elevated along with their breathing rates. The two females strained to listen for the next shots as they tried to determine who was shooting at them. Guero, however, already knew. "Who's attacking us?" Parfait asked in a panicked but hushed tone. Guero took a long and tired sigh as he answered. "My father." "Your father?" both girls cried out. The doctor nodded. "I recognized the shooting style, and there's only one man on Tarak with that kind of marksmanship." "Then why is he shooting at us?" Barnett demanded. The Tarak healer shook his head. "He's not shooting at us." "What?" Guero gestured to the damaged rifle in Barnett's hands, then to her hip where her pistol had been holstered. "He aimed at your weapons, not you. If he really wanted to shoot you, then you would have a grossly incorrect number of body openings by now. So far, all of his shots were meant to disable and disarm, not kill. He's been giving us warning shots." "Those were warning shots." Guero could only nod. "So what do we do now?" Parfait asked. The man cocked his head to one side and thought. If I know father, he'd have already moved to another firing position. Taking into account of his stealth skills and visual acuity, I'd say that he'd have taken a position." He lifted an arm and pointed toward a rocky overhang about 150 feet to their left and 20 feet above the canyon floor. "Right about there." As if on cue, a tall figure stood up from behind a rock on the overhang. He called out to Guero in a gruff but commanding voice. "I'm glad to see that you didn't forget what I taught you, son." Parfait and Barnett could only stare in shock at Guero's father. Tense and McFile. Slade swallowed hard as Jura performed the ancient tea ceremony as perfectly as he remembered it. Using a Fukusa 4, she purified the tea container and scoop. She made a careful inspection of folding and handling of the Fukusa. She then ladled hot water into the tea bowl, rinsing the whisk, then emptied the bowl with the shaken left (5). Lifting the tea scoop and tea container, she placed 3 scoops into the tea bowl, which was made of fine ceramic and elaborately decorated. She carefully ladled hot water from the kettle into the tea bowl to create a thin paste with the whisk. As she stirred the tea with the whisk, she carefully added more water to bring the tea to the correct consistency. Unused water in the ladle was returned to the kettle. Jura then passed the tea bowl to Slade. He gave her a bow in accepting it. He then had to dig very deep into his memories as Ranma showed him, then nodded as he finally recalled. He raised the bowl and rotated it, admiring its pattern. He drank some of the tea, while holding it in one hand, and placing the index finger of his other hand on the side. He then wiped the rim of the bowl, and passed it back to her. Jura smiled as she rinsed the tea bowl and offered the utensils for his inspection. Slade held up his hand and shook his head, deciding to skip the remaining phase of the ceremony. Jura smiled as she carefully laid the items to the side and gazed longingly into his eyes. At this point, the front of her kimono was almost bursting at the front as her generous breasts threatened to spill out completely. Slade was having a hard time from keeping his eyes from straying. "How was it?" The question brought Slade out of his stupor as he quickly answered. "It was perfect." "Really? I'm so happy." "Where did you learn the tea ceremony?" "I learned it from your mother, I mean, the captain. She also loaned me this kimono. Do you like it?" "I think it's very beautiful. And I have to admit, you look really beautiful in it. I mean it." "I'm very glad to hear it." It was then that she leaned forward. At that time, he got really nervous as he saw a very close view of her cleavage. He found himself rooted to the spot as she leaned even further, then finally their lips came together. At that point, Slade's cognitive processes were offline and his instincts went on full blast as he kissed her back. His hands took hold of her shoulders and brought her closer. However, before he was able to act on those instincts, the intercom went on. "Tactical to Slade. Tactical to Slade. Please report to the war room immediately." Jura took on a look of resigned disappointment as she and Slade parted. She let off a sigh and held up her right hand before he could say anything. I know. Duty calls. Go." Slade nodded as he and Jura stood up. However, he paused for a long moment before saying to her, "I really did appreciate the tea ceremony, Jura." The blonde smiled and replied, "And I fully intend to finish what we started here." The white Tekkaman quickly turned about and headed out the room. As he left, Jura smiled as she knew that she was getting closer and closer to her goal. She vowed that the next time, she would ask him! Meanwhile back on Tarak, "I'm never going back," Tenzin McFile said simply. "But father," Guero began, only to be cut off by his sire. "No ifs, ands, or buts about it, son," the elder McFile affirmed. "I left the military with no intention of ever coming back to it or the city. I thought I made that clear to you 3 years ago." As they argued, Barnett and Parfait stood nearby and took in all the similarities and differences between the 2 generations of the McFile family. Guero was about the same height as Tenzin and both had their hair styled in the same manner, with one side of their faces obscured. Both were built with lean but well-toned physiques and their skin was darkly tanned, though Guero's was a lighter hue, due to his time on the Nirvana. And most noticeably, both men had the same serious, yet perceptive expression on their faces when facing a challenge. However, unlike his sons, Tenzin's hair had several gray streaks in it and he was in his mid to late 40s. His eyes were blue as compared to Guero's hazel. He wore a kind of survival jumpsuit with a poncho that was well worn. In his hands was his weapon of choice, the Tarak sniper rifle, also called the long-shot Mark IV. Like the assault rifle, it fired a variety of ammunition, though Tenzin was especially proficient in using the armor-piercing, long-distance rounds. He also carried a pistol that resembled an ancient Beretta 92, but had a longer barrel and greater stopping power than its predecessor. Due to his incredible survival skills and ambush tactics using the rifle and pistol, not to mention his unbelievable eyesight and marksmanship, Tenzin was quite possibly the most accomplished sniper ever to graduate from the Tarak Academy. As such, he was known by his nickname of Sure Shot McFile. There was virtually no target on Tarak or any other planet that he couldn't hit. So Dwero, are you going to introduce me to your friends? The good doctor became somewhat flustered as he gestured to both women. Oh yes, of course. This is Barnett Orangelo and Parfait Bal Blair. Both are members of the Megele Pirates, in which I had been serving as their ship's surgeon for the past year. You were the medical officer on board an all-female ship, the elder McFile said in surprise, then gave his son a knowing expression. I'm willing to wager that it was quite the experience for you. Dwero nodded. Far more than I would have expected, and well, it's a very long story. I'm not going anywhere, son. I have the time. Double quote. A lot later Tenzin nodded as his son finished retelling his adventures for the past year. He and the others sat around a campfire. The sun was just starting its downward journey toward the horizon. Dwero's father had currently dismantled his rifle and was cleaning the parts. So that's it, huh? No wonder you never responded to any of my messages for the last 12 months. The Nirvana's doctor nodded. I couldn't do that from the other side of the galaxy. Tenzin shook his head. Well, it's good to see that you're still alive and kicking. I can understand the situation that got you into the position of being the women's doctor. He then addressed the females. Seeing that he's still around, means that he did a decent job on your ship, right? Parfait nodded eagerly, hoping to allay any doubts and perhaps impress Dwero's father. He said, "Great, Doctor. I don't think we've ever had one better than him." Not wanting to be outdone, Barnett also added, "We wouldn't have gotten as far as we did without him." Tenzin smiled slightly as he sensed a certain something coming from them, but decided to table that thought for later. He then redressed his son. "It's just what I'd expect from someone who made it to the top of his class. So tell me more about these invaders, the Radam. Are they the reason why those military idiots have been dogging my trails for the last week?" Dwero nodded. "I was told by one of your former superiors that they had made several attempts to find you, but they never succeeded." "That's right. About 6 days ago, I got wind of some officers trying to contact me. I couldn't understand why, since the IDSF never bothered with me. After I resigned my commission, I didn't really care in any case, and I made certain that whoever they sent never got within 1,000 meters of me. I gave a couple of them some warning shots like I gave to you and your friends. They sent one really obnoxious bastard that I knew back then, and well, Let's just say that he won't be sitting down properly for the next month or so." He chuckled at the memory, then continued. "When I saw the insignia on your transport, I thought you were another bunch that the upper brass sent. Imagine my surprise when I saw it was you and 2 women. I was even more surprised when you told me that all the women from Megele are now on Tarak. Never thought I'd live to see the day. Yes, things have changed and now we must all unite against our common enemy. Father, we need your help. Will you not reconsider coming back, at least until the Radam are dealt with?" Tensen gazed upon his only offspring for a long time. Both Perfect and Barnet held their breath as they awaited his answer. Finally, he replied, "Tell you what, son. You came all this way to find me, so I'm going to give you a chance. You have until sunrise to convince me to come back with you. I'd like to see just what you gain from being with the women for the past year. A while later, so, my son tells me that you're quite the shot," Tensen said as he addressed Barnet. The 2 of them were standing in an open area of Grandpa's Pass. Both were armed with rifles. Barnet had an ancient M1-Tekkadread rifle that she had brought along with her. Tensen had in his hands his trusty long-shot Mark IV. "Well, my crewmates say that I'm pretty good," the brunette said with a bit of pride. She had been surprised when Guero's father challenged her to a shooting match. Perfect was busy setting up the target some distance away, and though close quarters firing was Barnet's preferred method of shooting, she was also proud of her marksmanship at long ranges. Behind them, Guero watched closely as the 2 shooters prepared to square off. Barnet loaded up her weapon with an 8-round stripper clip as Perfect came up to them. "Everything's all set, Mr. McFile," Perfect announced. "I have that target set up with those rivets facing out, just like you asked. Some distance away, a small plate of light-grade steel was standing with a circle of 16 small rivets sticking out from its center. The rivets were only halfway embedded into the metal. You can see those rivets, right?" Tensen asked. Barnet sighted the target through her rifle scope and nodded. "Good," Guero's sire remarked, then said, "Let's see how many shots you take to drive 8 of those rivets all the way into the metal." Barnet smiled as she took careful aim at the topmost rivet and squeezed the trigger. As soon as she fired, she reacquired the target and fired again. She repeated the process 6 more times, and each shot struck its mark. 8 loud pings were heard as the rivets were driven fully into the metal. A 9th ping was heard as soon as Barnet fired her last bullet and the stripper clip was automatically ejected. Tensen nodded. "Nice. Good accuracy and consistency." He then prepared to shoot, then addressed Perfect. "How far did you set up that target?" The girl with the glasses shrugged. "It's about 120 feet. The elder McFile considered the rifle in his hands, shook his head, then put it down. "Too close for this gun." He then unholstered his pistol, twirled it with a flourish, then fired without seemingly aiming it, and with incredible speed. What sounded almost like a single gunshot was actually 6 fired in rapid succession. 6 rivets were driven into the steel at almost the same time. Barnet's eyes widened in disbelief at the accuracy and speed he displayed. Then he raised the bar even higher by purposely aiming his gun several degrees to the right. The last 2 bullets ricocheted off 2 nearby boulders before perfectly driving in the final rivets. At this point, the Megele girl with the hobby of collecting ancient firearms was in awe as she dropped her weapon to the ground. She was in the presence of a master sharpshooter. So what are you doing? Tensen asked as he approached Perfect. At this point, Barnet and Puero were setting up camp for them to spend the night. The young engineer nodded as she showed Puero's father the systems to their hover transport. I'm fixing up the damage you caused to our ion drives. With a little work, I should have them up and running in an hour. I do apologize for that. I had thought you were with the Tarak military. Are you certain you can repair them? I aim to disable this vehicle completely. Perfect smiled at him. I have to admit that you shot our most vital systems. Normally, without the proper replacement parts, I'd either have put this thing through a complete overhaul or chalk it up as a loss. But since I don't have the necessary components and there's no sense moping about it, I decided to do some improvisation. I figure that if I can jury-rig a connector to fix the severed relay cable and patch up the holes with some homemade sealant I came up with, then we can get going again. It'll take until morning for the sealant to harden, but we should be good. Impressive. McFile agreed while thinking to himself. She already knows about McFile's survival rule number 1. Don't worry about what you don't have, and work with what you do have. Very impressive indeed. Single quote later both girls were laughing and giggling almost uncontrollably as they and the 2 men were huddled inside the tent. As they prepared to bed down for the night, Barnet and Perfect had asked Tensen to tell them more about his son. He was more than happy to recant tales of his son during his childhood, much to the doctor's embarrassment. Father, Puero said with a bit of irritation. You did not have to tell them about that time. Tensen chuckled a bit. Well, I thought it was cute when you were 5 and I do not want to remember that. As father and son got into a bit of a heated discussion over that event in Puero's past, both females smiled at their interactions and began to imagine a younger version of the physician. Then they started to see versions of Puero with some their own features. Then they saw themselves as the mothers of such children and began to consider the future after the Radam were defeated. That got them thinking even more. Their expressions did not go unnoticed by Puero's father. He smiled slightly at their curiosity toward his only offspring. Throughout their time together, they constantly asked about Puero and tried to learn as much as they could about him. And for some reason, this pleased him immensely. The next morning, what are we doing here? Barnet asked as she and Perfect accompanied Puero toward an area near the center of the canyon. Before we head back to the city, I need to go to a certain place that's very special to both myself and my father. Really? both girls said simultaneously. Poirot nodded as he pointed toward a place just around a winding bend and hidden behind a large outcropping of rock. When they circled around, they found themselves in a large open space. Near the center was a huge pool of water, surrounded by a ring of misshapen boulders. Near the middle, the clear liquid bubbled from several fissures at the bottom. The trio stopped at the edge of the hidden spring as the physician explained. This is the spring that was discovered by Grandpa more than a century ago. It's fed by a hidden reservoir deep within the ground and is heated by a subterranean magma pocket. It's said that the water is mixed with several rare minerals and chemicals which give it a kind of miraculous and medicinal property. What do you mean? Perfect asked. Well, according to what some reports say, when Grandpa arrived at this spring and drank the water, his strength returned in an instant. Really? Barnett asked with interest. Poirot shrugged shoulders. Well, it's never been scientifically proven, but then again, no one's ever analyzed the waters. The only ones who has ever drank the water were the original 8 men of Tarak, and any child who has passed the spirit trial. It's forbidden for any other person to partake of the water. Then again, I suppose anyone would feel refreshed after trekking the desert for several days. And speaking of the spirit trial, I would say that a certain someone is due to arrive right about now. As a film cue, a certain boy came around the bend and noticed the three. Hey! The physician smiled as he waved back. Cannon. I knew you would make it. The young boy dropped his pack and ran up to meet with him and his companions. He had a wide grin on his face as he looked up at the three who had saved him the other day. The boy had some scratches, cuts and bruises from trekking through the wasteland and navigating the canyon, but was in good spirits. I did it. I did it. I'm a first-class citizen. Not quite. Poirot said as he decided to remind the boy of the remainder of his trial. You must now mark your name on that stone over there. Then you must take the ceremonial cup and drink from the spring. Leave your homing beacon on the stand to signal that you made the journey. The healer pointed to a large boulder at the far end of the spring. Beside it was a small pedestal with a cup on it. The boy nodded as he left his pack and ran toward his final destination. As he went to finish his spirit trial, Poirot smiled as he turned about and gestured to his two female companions. It's time to go. Aren't we going to stay and make sure he'll be alright? Perfect asked. At that point, Poirot's father approached the trio. No need, Perfect. He gestured to the boys. Once he puts his homing beacon on that stand, a signal will be transmitted to the Spirit Trial Council. They'll send out a retrieval team to bring him back to the city. He'll be fine. Besides, this is his moment and it wouldn't do for us to be here when the retrieval team arrives. They might question whether or not the boy made the trip on his own. In any case, we have to get going. Poirot stressed as he was surprised at how amicable his father was. Are you coming back with you to help fight the Radam? Tenson nodded. Yes, I believe I will. You three have shown me some very good reasons why I should return with you. We have? Barnett asked in confusion. But all we did was talk about your son last night. Exactly. Now shall we go? The three, bewildered at the ease in which the formally stubborn individual was cooperating, and wondered just what had changed his mind. As they headed back toward the repaired transport, Puero's father smiled at their puzzlement. They didn't know that they were on the verge of rediscovering the ancient practices between men and women, and this intrigued the survivalist and Tarak's best sniper. He liked what was beginning to develop and wanted to see the end result. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! Long time since I've written anything, and I think the initial conflicts between the men and women of Tarak have been met and will be developing even further as the war with the Radam grows near. As of part 3 of this chapter, we'll have some excitement and some interesting developments as this story comes close to its conclusion. One got this idea from watching Prince of Tennis. Do you know those little functions women have to take care of during certain times of the month? 3 kneeling position commonly found in many Japanese rituals. 4 fine silk cloth. 5 tea wiping cloth. Asterisk chapter 30 asterisk chapter 12 part 3. Getting together. Tekkadread, the second stage. Disclaimer: it's been a while, so I'm not too rusty. Ranma, Tekkaman, Blade and Vandread all belong to their respective owners, so don't bother me with all these lawsuits. Thoughts Chapter 12 Part 3. Getting together. Tekkaman haggard growled with disgust as he stood before his master Tekkaman. What he had to tell his lord would definitely not please him in the slightest. Dagger, report. The space warrior nodded as he replied. I apologize for my recent failure to capture the crew of the Tarak warship. Flashback to a few hours before the Tarak heavy cruiser Sword Spirit was badly damaged and drifting after a prolonged battle with a horde of spider crabs. The ship had been on a recon mission when it had been surprised by the Radam monsters. Though the outnumbered crew and its vanguard squadron had fought bravely, the outcome of the battle had been inevitable. The engines had been torn completely out of their housings. Most systems were now on emergency power only. There were several gaping holes in the hull. Frayed circuitry and ruptured conduits let off intermittent sparks and puffs of gases. Its guns were mangled and blackened. Floating in the vacuum in the immediate area were the wreckages of vanguards and human bodies. However, for every destroyed mecha, at least 30 spider crabs went down before the pilot perished. The entire sector of space was littered with the gory remains of the Radam horrors. The Sword Spirit's mecha squadron was considered among best in the Imperial fleet, just below the level of the Fireheart's famed Broad Brigade. On the devastated bridge of the ship, a lone armored figure held up the commander of the vessel by the throat. Captain Horan Cruzel gasped as he tried to keep himself from blacking out. His bloodied hands gripped Dagger's armored wrist to support himself. His eyes locked with the visored helmet of Tekkaman's servant. His mouth was fixed in a snarl. His uniform was in tatters, along with his bridge crew. However, he remained defiant as Dagger addressed him. Well now, Captain, I must admit that you and your crew put up quite a fight. It took many more spider crabs than I thought to break through your defenses. If I hadn't joined in, then you may have had a chance to drive them back. You certainly are sturdier than those women from Megele. So what are you waiting for? Horan gasped. Finish it. Oh Lumber, Dagger wagged a finger at him with his free hand. We're not about to let such fine specimens go to waste. What are you talking about? Dagger smirked behind his faceplate. You men of Tarak are quite the fighters. That battle instinct is perfect for our needs. And the fact that your genetic makeup is hardier than those women from Megele is also in your favor. A pity that we couldn't take your Vanguard pilots alive. They would have been the best candidates. Candidates? Yes. We intend to make more Tekkaman. And you and your crew shall be the first in a new generation of warriors to our Lord Tekkaman. Like hell. Horan spat. You aren't going to use any man against Tarak. You don't have a choice. Dagger said matter-of-factly. As we speak, the spider crabs are already gathering your crew. Soon they shall be taken by the Tekkapods and converted into servants of the Radam. Over my dead body. The Tekkaman chuckled. Oh, you would like me to do that, and I am very tempted to oblige you. However, my orders are to capture as many subjects as possible, and you shall be sharing your crew's fate. You cannot die until Lord Tekkaman tells you to. I only obey Lord Grandpa. With his fading strength, he reached down with his right hand and pressed a secret button hidden on the rank insignia on his chest. A beeping noise was heard on the console behind him. Dagger saw the flashing light and demanded, "What did you do?" The captain of the sword spirit grinned as he said with the last of his breath, "I guess I should have warned you." Our entire conversation was recorded and was just sent back to Tarak by Tachyon Beam. Oh yeah, by the way, you're not getting anyone from this ship. I also activated the auto-destruct sequence. You got 15 seconds. No. Dagger threw away the captain and charged toward the console to stop the countdown. The broken body of Horan Cruzel landed hard on the floor, but at this point, he didn't care about the pain that was rippling through his very being. He smirked as the Tekkaman smashed the console apart in vain. Once activated, the auto-destruct could not be halted. As the timer reached 0, he let off one final cry of defiance. Long live Grand PA. The sword spirit was ripped apart as its main drive and fusion generators overloaded and exploded. Like the crimson twigs from Megele, the proud Tarak vessel would meet its end in a blaze of glory. The spider crabs aboard were reduced to cinders, along with the crew. Only one person survived the conflagration. When the explosion subsided, Dagger floated alone among the burned-out remains of the ship, along with the remnants of vanguards and spider crabs. Not a single Tarak man survived. Not one was left to turn into a Tekkaman. Dagger would have to return empty-handed. Tekkaman was not going to be pleased. End of flashback. As he had guessed, His master was indeed displeased at his recent failure. "You disappoint me, Dagger," Tekkaman said with a quiet, though unmistakable tone of contempt. "You let some prime raw material slip through your fingers. My apologies, Lord Tekkaman." Dagger bowed his head while kneeling before his ruler. "I had assumed that the men of Tarak would follow their basic instincts for self-preservation, not willingly end their lives. It is a mistake that may cost us dearly," the Radam warlord pointed out. "Now, thanks to your bungling, our enemies now know of our intent to convert any prisoners into Tekkaman to use against them. I suspect that they will take extreme measures to prevent this. Surely we can still defeat them with our overpowering numbers of spider crabs," Dagger insisted. "And we still have those Megele prisoners that we can transform." Tekkaman gave him a dismissive wave with his right hand. "And they are the very reason why we are gathering them in. You showed me yourself that those women's genetic structure was not resilient enough to withstand the Tekkaman power process. At this time, we've only managed to convert a few of them, but they must remain in stasis until they can be deployed in battle. The instability of their Tekkaman forms will only allow them to live for a few days, perhaps no more than several hours. I understand, Tekkaman. I shall not fail you again. Be certain that you do not. Already I am receiving a transmission from X. It seems that the men of Tarak are implementing a most dire battle strategy. Back on Tarak, it was only a half hour since the death of the sword spirit, when Grandpa received the final message from Captain Cruzel. His wrinkled face became stern as he listened to the recording of the final moments of the once proud warship. The message ended with the words, "Long live Grandpa." This declaration was followed by an explosion which cancelled out all noises. Then there was nothing but static as the transmission ended. With a withered index finger, he reached out and shut off the recording. He let off a tired sigh as his aide stood by his desk. Then, without addressing anyone in particular, he spoke. "An entire Alpha Heavy Cruiser 550 brave men gone." The aide then approached his liege with a datapad, ready to take down any new orders. Grandpa noted his approach and began issuing his commands. Captain Horan Cruzel was one of the most dedicated officers in the Imperial fleet, and the crew of the Sword Spirit is to be commended for their bravery in combat. They will be sorely missed. Cruzel shall be posthumously awarded the Imperial Battle Cross, first rank. The Sword Spirit and its crew shall be awarded the Imperial Citation of Valor, posthumously as well. As for the Vanguard pilots, each shall be posthumously awarded the Armor Star Medal of Bravery. Yes, Grandpa, the aide said as he recorded each of the awards to be delivered to the surviving families. Furthermore, the elderly man took a deep breath as he issued his newest orders. "It is with a sad and heavy heart that I must issue this command. All members of the Tarak Armed Forces must now implement General Order 75 Omega." This declaration took the aide by total surprise when he heard it, causing him to almost drop his datapad. He quickly recovered and asked his lord, "Excuse me, Great-Grandpa, But did I hear you correctly? Did you just say General Order 75 Omega? You heard me correctly. Implement General Order 75 Omega. The aide stood in silence in sheer disbelief. He was still in shock at hearing the most dire of orders being given by Grandpa himself. The elderly leader of the all-male world noted his aide's alarmed expression and nodded. Please understand. I do not issue this command lightly. I had no intention of ordering the men of Tarak to throw their lives away. Therefore, this order is be executed as a last resort. Double quote on the Fireheart. Jensen Dar stared at the report that he had just received on his desk's console. He remained silent for a very long time as he read over the final moments of the Sword Spirit. The late Captain Gruzel had been a close friend of his and they had graduated from the same class at the academy. Then his console flashed a second report, which depicted the fate of 2 other vessels. Then an important message followed the report. At that point, Jensen became very uneasy. It was then that he heard the front office door beeped. Come in. Fulso entered the office, a grave look on his face as he addressed his captain. Captain, I need to speak to you about something. I just received a Class Omega order. Then the door beeped again. Come in, the captain said. His new female first officer entered the room with a puzzled look about her. She saluted the commander of the Vanguard squadron, then saluted to the captain. Both saluted back to her as Jensen stood up. Ikazuchi nodded to both as she spoke toward Captain. I just received a very strange order on the console in my room. It says something about implementing General Order 75 Omega. I didn't find this order on that translated officer's handbook you gave to me. What does it mean? The Fireheart's captain nodded as he replied. I'm not surprised you don't know about it. Omega-class orders are not written down. They're normally taught personally at the academy to officers and master sergeants like old Gun here. I guess the higher UPS didn't take into account of our new officers from Megele when they sent out those commands. Basically speaking, Omega-class orders are from Grandpa himself and he doesn't give them out without a very good reason. So what does General Order 75 mean? Both men took on an apprehensive expression as Jensen motioned for her to approach his desk's console. He then gestured at the reports on the screen. Look at these reports. They detail what happened to a reconnaissance fleet that was patrolling an area that had spider crab sightings. This happened about 4 hours ago. Unfortunately, 3 ships did encounter the Radam and Tekkaman. And what happened to them? Ika asked, though she had a feeling that she already knew. Jensen nodded toward her apprehensive expression and answered. The heavy cruiser Sword Spirit suffered 100 casualties when their commander decided to activate the auto-destruct sequence. As for the cruisers Blade Breaker and Steel Mill, well, they had just received General Order 75 when the Radam found them an hour ago. Flashback on the bridge of the Steel Mill. Vice Admiral Jokindisaro looked at the readout on his console with a bit of a shocked expression. He was a gruff individual with great hair and a stern disposition. At the time, He couldn't believe what he was reading. General Order 75 Omega. Grandpa cannot be serious. Simultaneously on the Blade Breaker's bridge, Commodore Radam was thinking the exact same thing. He was a decade younger than the Vice Admiral and had russet hair. At the time, both cruisers were traveling through a sector of space just a few parsecs from where the defense asteroid belt once was. It had been a quiet trip with nothing out of the ordinary happening. That is, until both vessels passed by what appeared to be a stray comet. However, that was when all hell broke loose. A sizzling flash of light appeared from the head of the speeding ball of ice and slashed through the stern of the steel hull. The ship lurched to its starboard side from the impact, its engines crippled from the surprise attack. As the crew scrambled to their battle stations, monstrous invaders began appearing from within head and tail of the comet. On the Blade Breaker, Radam gave out orders for his Vanguard squadrons to launch and help provide cover for the stricken steel hull. At the same time, the large particle gun turrets and missile batteries traversed and started laying down massive barrages against the enemy. However, for every spider crab that was shot down, two more would take its place. Then his main screen displayed an ominous figure appearing to lead the horrors. As his armored form became visible, the Commodore immediately recognized him from the near-on profiles on the enemy Tekkaman. His blood ran cold as uttered out his name. Tekkaman X. In the vacuum of space, the brute known as Axe smiled as he watched the steel wheel struggle to fend off its attackers. However, with its main engines offline, courtesy of the initial swipe from his Tekka Axe, the Tarak cruiser could do little but move feebly about with its maneuvering thrusters. Confident that the spider crabs would soon overwhelm the vessel, he then turned his attention to the Blade Breaker. Lord Tekkaman would be pleased if he were to bring back not one, but two Tarak vessels filled with new candidates for the Tekkapods. With that thought, he sped toward the second cruiser. Aboard the Blade Breaker, Commodore Fulta's crew desperately fought to defend their ship, while their vanguards continued to fight off the spider crabs that threatened the steel hull. However, it was a losing battle as more spider crabs pierced the hulls of both ships and began wreaking havoc. These were smaller versions than normal, which made them perfect for infiltration. It was then that one of the bridge officers cried out, "Commodore, Tekkaman X is on an intercept course with us. I'm also receiving reports on several hull breaches by spider crabs on decks 12, 15 and 20. Have all remaining batteries concentrate their fire on Tekkaman X. Shoot him down." It was then that the main screen came to life, showing the bloody and bruised visage of Vice Admiral Jusenkyo. Behind him, his bridge was in ruins. Bellowing that order, the Vice Admiral commanded. "What?" The older man took on a solemn expression as he gave the Commodore his final commands. "Commodore, the steel wheel is lost. The spider crabs had just reached our main reactors and shut them down. We can't fire back." True to his words, the guns on the Vice Admiral's ship shut down and became useless. More spider crabs penetrated the hull and started gathering up the helpless men. Desura took a deep breath and said, "Commodore, you must implement General Order 75 Omega. Aim your guns at coordinates 794926. Target the steel wheel." "What? I can't do that." Afraid I protested, not believing that his superior had just ordered him to fire on his own ship. "You must fire on us now." That initial attack had damaged the auto-destruct system. "You must detonate our remaining ammunition and ordnance storage bays. Do it now." The Commodore gripped the arms of his command chair in frustration as the screen then depicted a scene of carnage as the bridge doors blew open and the Radam horrors entered. The screams of the bridge crew galvanized his resolve as he barked out his commands. "All forward guns and batteries. Aim at coordinates 794926. Target the steel wheel. Open fire." The guns of the blade breaker let loose with a murderous barrage that took out anything in its path. Spider crabs that were still out in space were torn apart. When the shots reached the steel wheel, they struck the areas where the ammunition, power packs and missiles were stored. The ship shuddered from the impacts, then was engulfed in a series of explosions. The steel wheel and all those aboard, including their spider crab invaders, perished. As the ship died, all remaining vanguards then turned their attention to protecting the other vessel. They all began attacking Tekkaman X, but he causally annihilated all who opposed him, thinking that collecting individual pilots would be too much trouble. It would be more efficient to capture the remaining ship and all of its crew in one fell swoop. However, as the last of the vanguards fell, the commander of the blade breaker came a decision. With his ship now infested with spider crabs and the Tekkaman approaching, there was only one option left: General Order 75 Omega. With a solemn expression, he activated the auto-destruct sequence. 30 seconds later, Axe was engulfed by the explosion as he approached the hull of the blade breaker. Like Dagger, the Tekkaman cried out in frustration. Though he would survive the blast, his intended prisoners would not. At this point, he began to regret killing those vanguard pilots. Now, he too would have to return with nothing to show for his efforts. Back to the present, they fired on their own comrades. Ika stood in total disbelief. They were fulfilling Grandpa's General Order 75 Omega. Jensen let off a sad sigh. Old Gun then explained. Basically speaking, the order is to fight to the last man, and leave no survivors for the enemy. Being taken prisoner is not an option, and we are to prevent that from occurring by any means possible. And that includes killing your own men. Hickerful nodded. The order includes all vanguard pilots and the armored ground forces, as well as the crews of the Imperial fleet and the Sentinel stations. And if it comes to it, this order also includes the general populace of our home planet. I've already given the command for my men to arm their self-detonation switches every time before they go into combat. If necessary, I could detonate them remotely from my vanguard. You can't be serious. Why are you following such a crazy order? Ika asked. Jensen took over the conversation. According to the last entry by the captain of the Sword Spirit, the Radam are trying to capture Tarak males to turn into Tekkaman to be used against us. I would guess that Lord Grandpa wishes to prevent that from happening. From a strategic point of view, I have to agree with him. Right now, we are barely equal to the Radam forces with the alliance between Megele and Tarak, as well as the other human worlds and the Nirvana's Tekkaman. If the Radam were to produce more Tekkaman, it would tip the scales in their favor. Ika couldn't help but agree. Just to Tekkaman had done a lot devastation the last time they were in Tarak space. An entire army of them was too horrible to imagine. Then she realized something. What about the women of Megele and those serving on Tarak ships? Does the order apply to us as well? Jensen remained silent for a long while before replying. No, it does not. Apparently, the Radam are not after more Megele prisoners, nor have we seen any evidence that they had transformed the ones they already have into Tekkaman. I'm sorry to say this, but we can only assume that none had survived the process, or we would have been conquered by now. Do not worry though. If we must fulfill the order, then we shall make certain that you and your comrades will be safe before we meet our end. That is my promise. The former Megele commander was rendered speechless after her superior had promised her safety before he would die. The men were willing to place the women's safety before their own. Jensen then added, "Now don't get me wrong. We men value our lives as much as you women value yours. We don't just carelessly throw our lives away. And frankly, I feel that General Order 75 Omega works just much against us as it does for the enemy. At times, I think it works more for the enemy than it does for us." "You do?" Ika was shocked to hear a man actually disagree with Grandpa's decisions. The captain nodded. "I do, and so does old Gun here. Even if the Radam doesn't get any prisoners to convert into Tekkaman, and if the Tarak men were able to escape captured by killing themselves, that only leaves the Radam as enemies to deal with later. We can always make more ammunition and vanguards, but replacing good fighting personnel is a lot harder. We are literally cutting down our own fighting power every time we implement Order 75. Therefore, it is up to the discretion of the commanding officers to decide when and if to execute the order if there is absolutely no other options." "I see." Jensen noted his first officer's understanding of his words, then put in his final comment. "We're not cold machines that blindly follow commands. We're flesh and blood, just like you women. I'm hoping that everyone will realize that when the Radam finally come for us. Meanwhile, the ship's mess hall Silomayanis sighed as she gazed at her plate of nutrition pills with a totally bored expression. She absently twirled the spoon in her hands as she contemplated consuming the horrid things or send them out with the rest of the garbage during her next work detail. It had been about 10 days since her foul up with the ventilation system, and her punishment of hauling garbage and cleaning up after everyone else had gotten old pretty fast. She was beginning to wonder if her mess and latrine duty would ever end. At that point, two of her female crewmates approached her with similar trays of food pills. Sonia Crumb and Marika Sterlano nodded to her and asked as if they could sit with her. With Siloma's assent, the pair sat down in front of her. They noted their friend's depression and started to converse with her to alleviate her mood. "So how have you been doing?" Sonia asked as she took a spoonful of food pills. She chewed thoughtfully for a few seconds, paused, then swallowed. She followed through with successive spoonfuls. She didn't seem to express distaste over the pills in the slightest. Beside her, Marika also consumed her lunch without any complaints. The young engineer's face scrunched up at the sight of her comrades eating those hated Tarak nutrition nuggets. After watching them eat for a minute, she finally had to ask, "How can you eat those things?" Both stopped in their meal, shrugged their shoulders simultaneously, as Marika replied, "Well, they aren't that bad. And after a while you get used to them. I guess you could call it an acquired taste." Sonia nodded. "It's not like we don't have much variety on this ship, and these pills do have their good points." "What good points can these things possibly have?" Siloma asked incredulously as she gestured to her own plate. "Well, for one thing, they're not fattening. I think these things are better than any diet I've ever had on Megele." "I noticed that too," Marika agreed. "I found out that I lost 5 pounds during the last week when I started eating these things." The dark-haired Sonia nodded again as she addressed the younger girl. "You eat a small plate of these, and you aren't hungry anymore. It beats those appetite-suppressant pills on Megele. I lost an inch off my waistline. I'd say in another 2 weeks or so, I'll finally be able to fit into that old dress of mine." "Really?" the teenager asked as she looked down at her plate and reconsidered her thoughts of dumping her meal. Marika nodded again. "It's really easy to count calories with these things. They do save space and are easy to keep. I mean, I remember how hard it was to keep leftovers in my fridge. They always spoiled by the time I finally got to them." Siloma looked upon her friends in disbelief, then decided to change the subject when she noticed something. "Sonia, were your eyes always brown? And I don't remember your face that shade of skin tone before." The engineer pointed at her friend's face. "Your eyes. I remember them being blue. And your cheeks are less rosy." "Oh. Well, I lost my colored contacts. I don't need them really, and having sky blue eyes was a fad in the neighborhood I lived in. As for my cheeks, well, I ran out of makeup 2 days ago." "Do I look alright?" "Actually, you look great," Siloma assured her. "I can't understand why you wanted to cover yourself up like that. I think your face looks better without makeup. You know, it's strange to say this, but someone else told me that yesterday." "What's so strange about that?" Sonia's cheeks blushed slightly as she replied, It was a man who said I looked better without makeup. Double quote, sitting at a table nearby. Carden Zimmer, Sosaiktamar and Kurlisat were also eating lunch. As they ate and talked, their attention began to focus toward the trio of females. "So you think she's cute?" harassed the lieutenant. "She's a woman." Carden shrugged. "Well, she's not that bad to look at. I mean, after she got rid of all that gunk on her face, and I got to see her brown eyes. They got this kind of I don't know cute look. I can't describe the feeling, but every time I look at those eyes, I get this kind of warm gooey feeling. I mean, now that we know that they're not going to suck out of our innards or anything, I could get used to having women around. Come on guys, don't tell me you haven't been feeling something about them." Both men paused for a moment, before slowly nodding. Sosek first admitted to his changing attitude toward the women. "Well, I have to admit that I was really skeptical about the captain volunteering the fire heart for this mixed-gender military. But after the first few days, I got used to seeing women around. There's something about them and their presence kind of brightens up a place. It always seems lighter and more easygoing whenever they're around. I can't put my finger on it, but they emanate a kind of warmth. I felt that too." Her agreed. "And have you noticed how they moved? It's a lot lighter and I don't know, smoother. And those curves on their bodies? Did you ever notice how soft they are in some places and firm in others? I'm starting to feel things that I'm not too sure I should be feeling about women." Double quote, back at the girls' table. "And did you ever notice the men had heart in just about every part of their bodies? They got a lot more muscle than women," Marika commented. "I saw some of them in engineering section lifting some heavy equipment without their shirts on. Seeing them lift and strain made me feel I don't know wild." "Wild?" the other two girls repeated. "I really don't know how to describe this feeling. The way they move and react. It's harder and more direct. I wouldn't call them graceful, but they're more solid and rugged." Shania gave her friend a look of understanding. "I think I know what you're talking about. I've noticed that the men are straightforward and aren't afraid to voice out their opinions. It's kind of refreshing to get honest answers, instead of the runaround. In a really strange way, I find that part of their personality rather charming." "Charming? We're talking about men," Siloma insisted. "And that's what I find disturbing," Shania admitted. "The fact that I am actually starting to see something in men that I like." Double quote, both the men and the women of the Fire Heart were not the only ones who were feeling the ancient, though faint emotions of the genders interacting with each other. Several incidents began occurring on many other vessels that were participating in the mixed military plan. Even the hardcore extremists against the opposite sex started to find themselves confused, afraid, and in many cases, unknowingly attracted toward their supposed hated enemies. The mess hall of the destroyer Sky Blazer, Tekkaman. A young lieutenant asked as he waited in line with his comrades to get his lunch. In his hands was an empty tray, plate and utensils. "What is it, Varun?" his friend replied. Have you noticed that those women are always first in line for chow? Klon looked toward the front of the queue and saw that the female members of the crew were eagerly taking large scoops of food pills at the dispenser. Now that you mention it, I have been seeing those women crowding the food dispensers lately. What do you suppose is going on? How should I know? When they first came aboard, they wouldn't come within 100 feet of a food pill, but now they can't seem to get enough of them. Klon took on a thoughtful look, then remembered something. I wonder if it has anything to do with that weird ritual I saw a couple of days ago. What ritual? Varin's friend shrugged his shoulders. Well, remember that green-haired female that was assigned to navigation? I was passing by her quarters and she had her door open. She was standing on this flat, white board. She looked down at the board, then started jumping up and down like a maniac. She started shouting out happily, I lost 10. I lost 10. Thank you, pills. I didn't know what to make of it. 10? 10 what? You got me. She still has all toes and fingers, so I'm pretty sure she wasn't talking about those. Then she started bragging to her friends on the comm about how she was finally a size 8. Size 8? That can't be right. I've seen her feet. There's no way her shoe size is 8. That's what I thought too. I couldn't understand why she would be happy about her feet getting bigger. And I still can't figure out what she lost 10 of. Both men then started to stare at the women as they gulped down their food pills with gusto. The vanguard hangar of the cruiser/carrier battle-scarred red-haired mechanic couldn't help but stare as she watched a large, well-muscled crew member continually move cannon shells from a transport lifter to the loading conveyors. She was so engrossed in watching him, that her blonde compatriot noticed that she was absently working her console and loading the torpedoes to the main firing tubes backward. Wendon, what are you doing? The person in question snapped back to the present as looked down at her workstation. She gulped as she realized her mistake and worked the controls to correct the potentially dangerous situation. After repositioning the ordnance, she gave her comrade an apologetic look. Sorry about that, Kian. The blonde shook her head and said, earnestly, I can't believe you are so hung up on that Corporal Jenner. He's only a man after all. Wendon immediately protested. Yeah, but look at him. He's so big and strong. And the way he lifts things with those big hands. I never seen anyone so powerful and so. Kian snorted in disgust. Oh come on. I've seen plenty of women on Megele with big muscles and they didn't do anything for me. What's the difference between them and big muscles on a? It was then that Kian got a good look at Corporal Jenner as he removed his shirt and bent over in his tight-fitting pants. At that point, both girls' attention became solely fixated on his broad shoulders, wide back, powerfully built chest, sinewy arms, rock-hard abs, washboard stomach and tight rear. They began licking their lips when they noticed how the sheen of sweat glistened off his bronze skin. At that point, They wondered just why it had suddenly gotten hot in the hangar. The bridge of the supply ship Free Arsenal. Your coffee, sir. The captain nodded to his new female aide as he took the cup and brought it to his mouth. He paused for a moment as his nose caught an unfamiliar odor from the cup. He gave the girl a puzzled look, then took a sip. His eyes widened as he tasted not his usual Tarak blend of coffee, but something entirely different. He licked his lips and took another sip. The second taste was even better than the first. It tasted like coffee, but there was a certain something that made the usual bitter taste seem smoother. He looked back at the aide with a look of amazement. This is coffee? The girl nodded with enthusiasm. Yes, sir. It's coffee from Megele. I prepared a double mocha latte with mint cream. A double what with what? It's a flavor of coffee that we served on our home planet. Flavors? You mean there are other flavors of coffee? Yes. If you don't like this, I can whip up a chocolate spice cappuccino, or maybe a French vanilla espresso with whipped cream. Ooh, maybe I can make you a cup of my special roast almond, triple chocolate latte with sprinkles. The captain stared for a minute at his new aide, then gazed down at the coffee mug in his hands. He then shrugged as he began sipping at the coffee and savoring its taste. I don't know if women are really monsters or not, but at least they know how to make a damn good cup of coffee! Single quote. Little by little, the men and women began to rediscover each other, and soon their newfound attitudes toward the opposite sex would be put to the test as the Tarak Intelligence Division intercepted an enemy transmission, which would give people of Megele and Tarak a chance to strike back at the Radam. However, what they wouldn't know was that Tekkaman would have very grand schemes to lessen their defeat and subjection. 2 days later, on the bridge of the Radam flagship, formerly belonging to the Harvesters, Tekkaman looked upon dagger and axe with disdain. He was not at all pleased with their recent failures to capture new candidates for the Tekkapods, but with his new strategy in motion, he would give them the chance to redeem themselves. Since this plan was going to require some finesse and subtlety, he had decided not to include Saber in the new mission. With his burning bloodlust for his half-brother's demise, the Crimson Tekkaman would likely slaughter anyone who got in his way. The Radam warlord continued to contemplate as the Radam prepared for the next encounter with the united forces of Megele, Tarak and all those who opposed them. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Nirvana, Captain. Yes? What is it, BC? The first officer and former Tarak spy nodded to Slade's mother. We're being highlighted by a Tarak carrier/cruiser, registration number IDSF-978cc. She paused as she read identification profile, then said, "It's the Fireheart. It's from the 487th Division of Task Force 12. Its commander is Captain Jensen Dar." Captain Dar, eh? Do you know him? Magno asked. Kuzum nodded. He's one of the youngest officers to ever command a starship, but he's quite capable. I've seen his record. He finished third in his class at the Tarak Academy and is considered to be an exceptional tactician. He's courageous, and not afraid to take chances if the desired results are achieved. In fact, he was the first commander to volunteer his ship for the mixed-gender military program. Really? That says much about him right there. The aged woman became very intrigued. For a Tarak commander to volunteer his ship to have females serve aboard it, meant that there were those who did not believe in the women were monsters propaganda and were willing to work with them. Perhaps there was still hope for the human race. She then told her first officer to open hailing frequencies. As the main screen flashed on, the pirate captain nodded toward the image of the Fireheart's captain. Captain Jensen Dar, I presume, the Tarak commanded nodded back to her. It is. And you are Vivian Magno of the vessel Nirvana, formerly the Ikazuchi? I am. And to what do I owe the pleasure of your call? You are very direct. Very well, I'll get straight to the point. I had just received orders to report to the command satellite to take part in a strategic conference for a planned offensive against the Radam. The Fireheart has been chosen to spearhead the operation. However, since you and your crew have had prior experience in battling the enemy, Lord Grandpa thought that inviting you to the conference would be in everyone's best interest. I see. And the fact that my crew consists almost entirely of females and that I myself am a woman, does not bother you. Jensen did not even hesitate to answer. Whether you're a woman, a man or something else entirely is irrelevant in this matter. What we need are those with expertise and valid opinions on how to best handle the Radam. Since the Nirvana has had the most encounters with the Radam and their tactics, then it would make no sense to exclude you from any strategies that we intend to use against them. Magno smiled at the man's honest reply. I can see that you're quite the sensible and practical person. Jensen smiled at the offhand compliment. The conference is at 1700 hours on the 7th level, Section 47, Tactical Room 92. My first officer and I will see you there. Until then, Captain Magno. At that point, the main screen went blank as the Tarak commander signed off. Magno sat back in her command chair and remained silent for a long while. Then she turned to her second in command. Quite an interesting young man. Reminds me of my son. Tell me more about the captain of the Fireheart. The darker-skinned woman, formerly a man, nodded as she continued her description. Captain Dar is also known to be a bit unorthodox, and has been known to enlist some of the most questionable of recruits. How questionable? His crew mainly consists of military dropouts, undesirables, problem cases, those who are continually insubordinate, those with discipline issues, and in several instances, those who have criminal records. Really? And despite all that, the Fireheart is considered the most efficiently run vessel in the fleet with an outstanding combat record. This says much about Dar's leadership skills and ability to get the most incompatible of personalities and attitudes to cooperate for the greater good. Sounds a lot like the crew on the Nirvana, don't you think? Kuzum gave her captain a puzzled look. Magno responded with a whimsical expression. Oh come now BC. Surely you could see the similarities. We've got those who have nowhere else to go, those with criminal records, the undesirables, the disenchanted, and a lot of girls who didn't agree with the government or the ideals of our former planet. We've been through a lot together and just about everything we've done has been unorthodox. The first officer considered her words, then nodded in agreement. I can't argue with that kind of logic. I suppose we really are similar, though we may be different in terms of Vanguard pilots. How so? The Vanguard squadron under Dar's command is among the best, if not the best of the mecha fighters. They're that good, eh? BC nodded again. The Fireheart is home to 152nd Vanguard Platoon of the Space Marine Corps. They're better known by their call sign, the Brawlard Brigade. Brawlard Brigade? A bit colorful though very accurate description of the unit. They're led by Gunnery Sergeant Iker Fulson. His crewmates call him the Old Gun. Now I'm not saying that Slade didn't do an exceptional job of training the warrior squadron. I'd rate them to be two-level recruits for the Vanguard divisions. However, the Old Gun's unit is rated to be triple S. They may take hits that would normally reduce a Vanguard into scrap metal, but they always pay back the enemy 10 times over. We should consider ourselves lucky that we went up against raw trainees during our raid on the Ikazuchi. Old Gun's unit would have torn our dread squadrons to pieces. You seem to have very high opinion of this captain and his crew. I met them once at an awards ceremony. It was about a year before I joined up with your crew. I followed their exploits and I consider them to be not just good soldiers, but also good people who put the welfare of others before themselves. I'd read secret reports and heard from various crew members of what Captain Dar has done in the past in order to make things work. He's persevered each time, despite the bureaucracy, paperwork, and of course all the pompous upper brass who didn't understand what was needed to get the job done. Some of his deeds have bordered on being criminal, though never proven. One time, a minor lieutenant related to me a story about one of his escapades. Do tell. I'm getting more and more interested about this crew and their captain. BC smiled as she began telling the story. It was about 2.5 years ago, when Dar first took command of the Fireheart. At that time, it was poorly equipped and supplied. They were suffering from a lack of spare components, supplies and unfair food rationing. Captain Dar did all that he could to keep the Fireheart going and get it up to minimum fleet standards, but it soon became clear to him that going through regular channels was not going to work. So, he found a shortcut. I can't wait to hear this. BC's smile became even more pronounced. Simply put, Dar decided to make like a pirate and take the things he needed. Now I'm really starting to like this captain. Well, that's what he did. The lieutenant who told me this swore by it. Dar staged several covert operations to raid some high-ranking officers and politicians of their secret food caches. Many of his crew, who hadn't been eating enough for weeks, were finally getting 3 decent meals a day. As for the spare parts and supplies, you do recall my telling you of his enlisting of those with criminal backgrounds? Well, he put those skills to use as they act into quartermaster databases and supply depots to reroute the needed material indirectly to the fire heart, instead of going to some overfed crews and ships belonging to Oregon commanders. The upper brass were so upset over the robberies, they had thought it was the work of some anti-government terrorist group. They kept sending orders to the fire heart to track down the culprits. At that time, Magno let off a chuckle at the tale, and he got away with it. No one has ever been able to come up with any evidence linking him and his crew to the crimes. They left nothing for the authorities to trace, and they only stole enough to get themselves started. Now they're the most efficient ship in the fleet, and Captain Dar had set up a system to make certain that his crewmates are never without the necessities. A captain who puts his crew's welfare before his own is all right in my book. I look forward to seeing him and his first officer. By the way, what kind of man is his first officer? BC smiled again. That's another thing about Captain Dar that's unique. His current first officer is from Megele. The command satellite. 1700 hours Magno, BCE, and Slade walked down the hallway toward the conference room where the next offensive plans would be made against the Radam. The pirate captain and her second were expecting tension from the big head members of the upper brass when they would arrive, but hoped that the common enemy would keep the more sensible people focused on the task of defeating Tekkaman's forces. As for Slade, Grandpa had requested that a representing Tekkaman be present. The three arrived at the conference room door and were admitted inside. Inside was a large table that was surrounded by admirals, commodores, and high-ranking officers. In the center of the table was a holographic screen that was currently projecting an area of space beyond Tarak's solar sector. Sitting in a large, ornamental throne was Grandpa. Beside him was Grandma. Magno nodded to them and looked about the room. To her disappointment, she noted that there were very few females present, which meant that whatever plans were made were most likely going to be male-dominated. Then she caught sight of Captain Jensen Dar at the table and a certain female sitting beside him. So this is Dar's first officer, eh? When Magno and the others took their seats, the meeting began. Ikazuchi didn't even know why she was even at this tactical meeting. From the looks she had gotten from the high-ranking Tarak officers and the lopsided ratio of females to males, she had a feeling as to how the conference was going to go. When Jensen told of the upcoming tactical meeting, she initially turned down his invitation to attend. Then when he pulled rank and turned the invitation into an order, she had no choice but to obey. However, he then surprised her when he contacted Vivian Magno and invited her to take part in the planning against the Radam. She put those thoughts aside as the holographic panel in the center of the table lit up. An aide began explaining the images being displayed. This information was obtained by the Intelligence/Reconnaissance Divisions at Sentry Station A9. As you may or may not know, The Imperial fleet has several outposts located on the edge of Tarak's system, and each have been monitoring the enemy transmissions for the past few days. They have also been gathering information about the Radam's strength, numbers, and movements. The holograms then started to show images of the Radam's main weapons. Several different variations of spider crabs and the known enemy Tekkaman were prominently displayed as the aid continued. As you all must know, the bulk of the Radam forces consist of several types spider crabs and the armored warriors called Tekkaman. Apparently, the spider crabs are used as cannon fodder and seem to react instinctively. The research and development teams have studied their remains and have come to the conclusion that the spider crabs are not actually sentient and can be considered as techno-organic automatons. This is further supported by the information provided by the Nirvana and its encounters with the Radam and the former Harvester fleet. It is both their theory and ours that the spider crabs are actually transformed cube fighters. As such, though they are able to withstand great amounts of damage, they can be stopped individually. However, their sheer force of numbers is extremely problematic. The display then concentrated on Darkon's Tekkaman. The enemy Tekkaman that are known to us are saber, axe, rapier, and dagger. We consider these to be the commanders of the Radam battle forces. By directing the spider crab hordes and supplement the battle forces, the Tekkaman has proven to be invulnerable to virtually all types of conventional weaponry and even heavy-grade particle beam cannons. And I need not remind anyone present of the horrendous casualties we suffered 2 weeks ago from just 2 Tekkaman, and the recent losses of the Steel Wheel, the Sword Spirit and the Blade Breaker. Are you saying that these Tekkaman can't be stopped even with a 100 megaton quantum burst warhead? One of the admirals asked. Before the aide can answer, Slade spoke. No. That won't stop them. I should know. I've taken that kind of punishment before and I survived. You can be certain that those other Tekkaman will be just as tough. These words put the Tarak and Megele officers on edge. They were just barely able to hold their own against the spider crabs. What would happen to them if the Radam were to attack them with all of their Tekkaman? It was at that point that the aide provided some good news. As powerful as the Tekkaman and spider crabs are, we have learned an important factor about them. They are not infinite. And now we have an opportunity to reduce their numbers and increase our chances of defeating them when they finally attack Tarak. This caught everyone's attention as the aide manipulated the hologram screen controls. With all the intelligence gained through our own sources, as well as from our allies, we have learned that the Radam forces need a continual supply of resources to sustain their immense numbers of spider crabs and their Tekkaman. All of the former Harvester cube fighters, by our estimates, have been expanded, and creating a spider crab from scratch takes a huge amount of energy and material. To produce a Tekkaman requires 100 times more. We have intercepted and decoded several enemy transmissions stating that the original amount of resources taken from the harvesters is nearly exhausted and that the planet Megele will soon be unsuitable as a breeding ground for spider crabs. That last bit of information made all the Megele officers and Grandma apprehensive. Aiko was the first to voice out their fears. Are you saying that even if the Radam are defeated, we can never return to Megele? The aide took a deep breath, glanced toward Grandpa for a moment, then replied in a solemn voice. I'm sorry. According to all reports, the Radam attack practically gutted your home world. They are planning to leave it and conquer other planets in order to feed their war machine. Tarak is their primary target since it is strategically located. Though it is barren, they want the citizens as Tekkaman and can use our world as a jump-off point to conquer the other human-populated planets. Aika and the other women were struck dumb at his words. Their world was gone and they were forever resigned to live on Tarak with the men. All hopes of ever returning to Megele were dashed. However, she immediately steeled her resolve as she silently vowed revenge on the Radam for the loss of the women's world. The aide continued. Though the loss of Megele is regrettable, its imminent demise has given us some valuable information. The Radam can be stopped, and if we deny them the resources they need to survive, then we will prevail. And now, we have just discovered that a very large contingent of their forces is heading toward a strategic position just outside of the Tarak system. The target is this. The display switched to an image of a large planetoid. This is K-97, one of our most heavily armed outposts, aside from the Sentinel satellites, and is completely self-sufficient with its own manufacturing plants and resources. Many of our capital ships have used K-97 for resupply, repair and refit. The Radam are planning to take over K-97 and use it as a base of operations against us. If K-97 falls, then the enemy will be positioned to strike directly at Tarak once the interference waves subside. We have very good evidence that the Radam will send a large invasion force, consisting of 4 carriers, and several smaller defensive vessels for protection. Carriers? Another Tarak officer asked. What we refer to as enemy carriers are actually these. The aide then presented them with images of large, mile-long, wedge-shaped vessels that looked like oddly formed fish. We have learned that the spider crabs have limited range and are normally stored in hibernation in these vessels until they are deployed. We estimate that each carrier can hold up to an average of 300 spider crabs with a limited ability to produce more. We're talking well over 1,200 to be brought against K-97. According to all reports, the Radam possess at least 10 of these carriers. So far, they have used them sparingly, and our allies have been able to hold them at bay. They haven't mounted any major offensive after the conquest of Megele. This means that they are building up their forces and gathering material for an all-out invasion of Tarak. We have an opportunity to even the odds. If we can take out these 4 carriers, Then we can set the Radam back and provide us with more time to prepare. Furthermore, the boost in morale would be substantial. Members of the War Council, it is in the best interests of everyone that we strike a great blow against the invaders. At that point, there was a cheer among the Tarak and Megele officers as they unanimously agreed to the proposed plan to bring the fight to the Radam. Several hours would pass as they debated the best way in which to face off against the attack. Most of the officers and even those from Megele voted to send out everything they had to annihilate the invasion force. It was about to be the main plan of action until one voice called out, "I don't like it." Everyone turned in shock at the owner of the voice. The person who had stated his disapproval stood up. Everyone, including his own first officer, became silent as Captain Jusenkyo faced Grandpa. Then the old man addressed the young officer. "Captain Jusenkyo, you disapprove of the idea of sending out the bulk of our forces to meet the impending threat." "I do, Lord Grandpa. Though I do agree that a victory at this point would boost morale immensely, I cannot go along with this idea of sending out everything we have. It's too easy, sire. I feel that this is playing into the Radam's hands. Station Key 97 is important and must be defended. However, we cannot just blindly send out good fighting men into what could be an elaborate trap." "A trap?" "Yes, sire. And there are others who agree with me.